Hopefully you guys can hear me. But we might have some troubleshooting that we will have to do quickly. I hope... Okay, I'm not seeing anyone in the chat or chatting. But I also can't tell. We're on a very limited information setup right now. Because the internet in the other room does not work. And so we are having to figure things out. I can still stream to both YouTube and Twitch, but actually seeing and reading chat is going to be a little bit more of a struggle. And right now I can't even tell if I'm actually live. Because I was kind of expecting that chats would start appearing here, but that doesn't even appear to be happening. So, I'm going to try to refresh. Oh, hey! Alright, we're here. Hello. Okay. Wait. So I'm seeing it on one of my chat elements, not on this one, but... Hey, we're in, let's go. Grainy mic? Aw, fuck. No, not a grainy mic. Loud indeed? Shit. Okay. Alright. How do we feel about that? I might need to take off... Oh, wait, I had a giant gain filter on my mic. I forgot. So let's take that off. Turn this back up. Okay, testing. How do we feel about that? Mic is kind of weird. Yeah, I got a new amp, and so that theoretically should be significantly better. Much better, a lot better, currently better, beautiful, sick. Good on Twitch, better, smidge louder, can do. We'll do two snickerdoodles higher. There we go. And now, and I've gotten a way, I think, to get a better version of the chat element. So I basically found a way to get this on my actual monitor so that I don't have to mess around with the stuff I had before, which I think will be incredibly useful. Now, if only I could get rid of this bottom bar, but I don't think I can. Doesn't matter. Snickerdoodle's the best. I do love a snickerdoodle. What's up? This has been my first real day. What up, Embarrass? Thank you for the follow. Welcome. This has been my first, real day off the job. Doesn't feel like it at all. Feels like a long weekend type of vibe, type of feel. Especially because I've been having all these technical issues, like issues with the mic and issues with the internet in the other room. Cross our fingers, mic, and also I've been having some camera issues, which I think hopefully I have figured out. But luckily, I think that I'll be having the camera issues that I've been having will be solved, I think tomorrow. And then the internet in there will be solved sometime on Wednesday. Maybe before stream, maybe not. But actually chilling out and working on it. And just I did just a bunch of back end organizational stuff today, and it was cool. So yeah, still doesn't really feel real, but feels good. Before we start the episode, last ep was the end of Arc 2. How do you want me to send them to you? DM on Discord so I don't spam chat. I mean, if it's one file, feel free to just throw it in general. That's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. Hi, Mustang and Ghostman. Awesome jacket. Thank you. I figured I should dress up a little bit for the first time live. What's up? Thank you very much. Good luck on your full-time launch. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. The only thing with this version of chat is that I can't actually tell how many people are in chat, but maybe that's good. Maybe it's good for me to not be able to see that, you know? Unemployed king. That's what we do. And I'm unemployed king who is going to a bunch of doctors this month because my benefits last until the end of the month. So I'm going to everything. I haven't been to the eye doctor in like 6 years, but we're going before all that runs out. The jacket is super cool. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we get a beret for full time? Beret, I honestly don't even know where it is. I think it's probably somewhere in the other room. We've been moving. Okay, well that just came out. We've been moving things between rooms quite often to try and get things figured out. Fuller half tonight, Monday, at least for now. Monday and Wednesdays will continue to be halves, and Fridays will continue to be fulls. Because for a full ep, we have to start at like 4 hours earlier, probably. that's we start full eps at 12:30 my time, and it's 4 right now. But yeah, so half eps tonight, or Mondays and Wednesdays, and then full eps Fridays. I was so confused why I got a note for the stream at a time before I remembered the change schedule. I'm glad things are hopefully working. I also switched to the new maybe thumbnail, the beta standard thumbnail. So things are changing, but hopefully because of, maybe beta standard thumbnail, I'll be able to post like the events way sooner. Discord should be good. World Anvil's updated. So I think we're good to go. I have the exact same shirt, but green and black. That's sick. Green and black. I don't really have many green pieces of clothing, but that'd be cool. Stats are in general. Let's check them out. Let's see here. I see. 88 PC nat 20s, 55 PC nat 1s. Oh, there we go. 23 DM nat 20s, 22 DM nat 1s, 13 how do you want to do this, 8 times knocked unconscious, 0 deaths, 14 potions, 9.5 grog kills, 45 Keyleth kills, damn, 10 Percy kills, 37 Pike kills. Was that during like Tide of Bone? Are they counting those kills? Because I can't imagine where Pike would have racked up that kind of kill count. That's crazy. 9 Scanlan, 4.5 Vax, 30 Vex. Shit. And 1 Trinket. Fuck yeah. 12 Grog Rages, 9 Percy Misfires, 59 Vex Arrows, 7 Whispers, 6 Kisses, 12 Doors, and 3 Limericks. Fuck yeah. Beware. Ooh, a thumbnail standard. Thumbnail's looking good. Thank you. I am going to play around with it a bit more, I think. But that's at least going to be kind of the start of it. That's probably Destroy Undead. I have to imagine. 37 Pike kills at our Temple of Sarenrae. Yeah. Got to be the Skeleton Horde. That's what I'm thinking, Ghost Man. They've got to be counting the Skeleton Horde in that, because she hasn't even betted it. My immediate thought when I saw that many Keyleth kills, I was like, okay, she uses a lot of AoE. I saw that many Pike kills, and I'm like, Pike has not been in enough episodes to rack up that kind of a kill count. That would be insane, but it could be. Yeah, I think it's the Horde, yeah. I crossed 2 months at some point. Woo, gold megaphone. Fuck yeah, Deadly. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's weird about telling me when you guys cross the milestones, but I appreciate the 2 months. Thank you very much. So glad to catch this live. I missed the past few. Welcome back, Ella. Good to have you. And I will jump straight into the takeaway and comment review, which is actually the same thing this week. It's actually the same thing because our very own John Forsyth had a very insightful comment that I think was it was enough for me to be like, oh yeah, I want to talk about that in general outside of the comment. In reference to me criticizing the way that Matt ended and is going to begin this session, he said you skip Matt's recap almost every episode. So there's a narrative ramp up with Matt's summation. He's also more keen to end an episode after reveal than to open with one. I think it's a matter of artistic choice. Neither is better or worse. I will say I very slightly disagree with the artistic choice. I think there's a lot of artistic choice there. But with what I was watching and consuming, I still stand by what I said of like it being better. But I think he points out a very good point that I never watch the recaps, which like I am mostly giving these advice columns, you might say, from the perspective of home DMs with home players, right? I'm not really dissecting Critical Role as a media piece. Like sometimes we get into that, but it's not the main core of my of how I look at this. And the aspect of the recap is really big because not only would the live audience be experiencing that, but more importantly, his players are experiencing that every single time. And I'm not a big recap enjoyer at my tables. I write session summaries and like session recap sort of situations. But I write them as like a written document and then I like send them out or I post them to my players. And then at the beginning of the session, it's like, oh, like, does anyone not remember? Did everyone read the recap? And then we get into the session. So I think that is a very large aspect of how Matt is setting all of this up that I'm never experiencing and that I don't do at my tables. So with that in mind, I completely agree with John that the recap is an amount of narrative buildup for Matt's players that, again, I never see. Now, I think that there's a little bit of a gray area. Like we can sort of debate as to how effective of a ramp up it is compared to, you know, something like something that's actually in character, because it is still distinctly out of character. But that is such a significant gray zone that I feel like that does kind of land within the realm of artistic choice. And also to be kind of more clear about my critique that I gave before, it's not necessarily about when you do a specific reveal. My critique was specifically starting off a session instantly with combat. Like, okay, we are now in session, we are now in character, roll initiative. That's the thing that I'm not a huge fan of. Oh my God, it's getting dark. A cloud went over the sun or something. Jesus. So yeah, that's the big main point that I had, is starting off immediately with just roll initiative, and now we're into combat, which I would claim is a bit more it can be a lot slower, and so it's harder to kind of ramp up your players into the session through combat alone. I'm a big recap supporter. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, that is very stylistic on like whether or not you do a recap at all. Like very, very a stylistic choice. I found the recap super helpful. As a non-note taker, I need a recap, and I will say, Dop, like I said, I think now where I'm getting into is I generally agree it's like good, solid advice to always have some level of recap for your players. But my perspective was thinking about it from the tone of like an out of game, basically an out of session recap, where I'm like presenting these notes to the players like an hour or a day before. So it doesn't have much impact on like the emotional ramp up of the session. My home group recaps at the start of every game helps us remember and helps if anyone missed details from the previous session. Yeah, totally. Not only that, it allows for a seamless transition into the game. Well, and I will say, Albie, that's the only thing that I might have some manner of again, maybe slight disagreement with, is I would still claim that you want a tiny bit of in character, in the moment, non-combat interaction. Something new to get your players kind of into the mindset of their characters and not, their character sheets and the numbers. Like, I want them to have at least a moment to interact as their characters before we go straight into combat. Because I think that interacting as your character in combat is much harder than doing it outside of combat. But I will say, I think it is a really good transition of like, hey, we're chatting about the weekend, we're chatting about jobs. Oh, let's start the recap. Maybe people are still kind of side talking, but they start to focus in a little bit more during the recap. I don't disagree with that at all. I think that's very fair. To me, it depends on the combat. Starting off the session with something big they've been thinking about all week feels good to me. Starting with a Bahir feels weak. And this is certainly maybe a matter of opinion. I don't know that there's actually a huge, like, maybe there's a difference between, I think there's a difference between like Kavarn and the Bahir, or the Briarwoods and the Bahir. I wouldn't say that there's a massive difference between the Purple Worm and the Bahir, because I think that it depends on like where this fight sits within the overall arc, as to like how, like, even if it's a cool monster like the Purple Worm, whoa, that's very surprising. We haven't been like ramping up to the Purple Worm overall for months and months and months. This is just something we've been thinking about over the week, and I don't think that is enough emotional investment to carry you into the combat. So I'm still pretty locked on to like, you can end it big, but I would leave at least something there before roll initiative. But again, I think that we are well into the gray zone area of like, I still have my opinion. I still think that I would do it differently, but we're in a huge gray zone with the recap taken in mind that I never see. Like, I think if you don't have the recap and you're looking at like the way that Matt does it, I feel pretty comfortable just saying it's not, I don't think it's good. But given that Matt does do the recap, I think we are well into like, it's very hard to tell what is actually better or worse. That was God. I was quoting God. Yeah, I recap for my group as well. Yeah. Purple Worm is BBEG. Oh man, I agree with you. Purple Worm is cooler than Bahir, but nothing narratively. Yeah. I think that I agree, Sputnik. D&D kind of leans into that combat. Other systems say Vampire the Masquerade or Legend of Five Rings, where there's more character roleplay rules as written. That is, I mean, I don't disagree, Drowned. Like, yeah, D&D is a combat focused system. However, I do think that combat is famously slow and is also like famously kind of disconnected from roleplay a lot of the time. Like, it feels like a very different game if you compare it to something like, say, City of Mist, right? City of Mist, your powers that you would use in combat are the same powers you would use outside of combat. You're not out here using multi-attack outside of combat. You're not, and vice versa, you're probably not using God, what's a good example of an out of combat feature? You're probably not using persuasion expertise within the context of combat, except in rare circumstances. So I think that more distinctly, combat and out of combat are very, very distinct and separate in D&D in a way that they maybe aren't in a lot of other systems. So the features that give us good narrative development, good emotional development within the character work and the role playing, those features are not really, I mean, they are usable, but they're not often or easily used within combat. So I think that in order to get your players into the mindset and the space of their characters, I still think that a degree of out of combat stuff before you start the combat is important. But I could be convinced that the recap serves that purpose enough. My gut still says it doesn't serve it enough, but it's very much something I could be convinced on. I could very much see myself just being wrong on that. Recaps also give DM a slight bit of meta control, a dial they can tune up or down in terms of being able to selectively include or omit things to set the scene for the session. That is I could not agree more, Sputnik. I think, and to be very clear, recaps in general, big thumbs up. Big, I think very, very important. I think that the kind of more artistic, like there are positives and negatives to all of this. Also, what up, Baronessa? The more like artistic positives and negatives gray area is whether you do that recap leading directly into the session or whether you put it out earlier to allow for more like digestion and thought and like back referencing. Because I completely agree in regards to like allowing the DM to highlight things. That's a thing that I do very explicitly in my session logs, is like I will draw attention to things. Like I remember right before the last session that I ran, people were still kind of looking at the recap and they were like, oh, I totally forgot about that interaction. And they were like, was that like important enough to include in the session recap? And I was like, oh, I don't know. I chose to. So there definitely is that level of like highlighting things that may or may not be important. Bitty is going to get jealous of you mentioning City of Mist. Look, what can I say? I play other things. We could watch this recap to find out. We could. Yeah. I'll watch the recap today. We got time. We're starting so much earlier. Really sudden idea, but could be the players maybe take turns along the weeks doing in-character recaps. It might help give that character moment without having weird time skips. That's certainly an idea. Like essentially kind of having like session journal type things, but like it rotates who's responsible for it. I don't hate that. I'm trying to think of how much value it would bring compared to the DM writing it, because there is the aspect that, you know, we were kind of just talking about with Sputnik of if the DM has control of it, they can selectively highlight important things. So you're losing that, but you are also kind of getting a cool window into what is important or not important for that character. So you are gaining that from that perspective. I don't know. That'd be something I'd be down to try. Certainly. What's up, Mustang? I think you and I are in agreement. I lean away from D&D personally for its overemphasis combat system. Yeah. I definitely get that. Adding some skill-based actions in combat, just like F2E, actually might be a fire move for 5e. I think that one of the issues, right? I think one of the reasons that is not as common is because it becomes, I think, a little bit harder for the DM to grasp the encounter. Although I will say, I think that if you're, how do I phrase this? I think one of the strengths of 5e, even with its relatively like on the crunchier end of combat systems, I think one of the benefits of 5e is that it's on the easy side to improv, even the crunchy combat, because the combat is very segmented with very few common rules. So like, it's not like Pathfinder, where there are a lot of common rules that a lot of the PCs share, especially even with NPCs, right? Where like, okay, if you're gonna, I believe there's like rules for like jumping over a chasm or jumping over a log or what have you, right? There's kind of this framework of common rules and common actions that you could use out of combat stuff for. And there's a lot fewer of those in D&D. So because it is so segmented, everyone just kind of has to worry about their own thing. It's like the character has to worry about their class features, their class stuff, and the DM just has to worry about the monster stuff. So it makes it really easy to improv basically any environment you want with very little repercussions. Like, it kind of doesn't matter how you set up the environment in D&D, which makes it easier for improv, for theater of the mind running. So I think that is one of the sort of advantages towards 5e's very segmented, very locked off combat system and the sort of segmentation that it has between in versus out of combat. But yeah, it does mean that you kind of just play two different games, I think, because of that. So I often ask the players to recap. It tends to go well. I mean, that's cool. That's very, very cool. I tried having players recap and didn't like it a lot. Oh yes, this happened. As it was spontaneous, but I like the idea of an in-character recap if they think through it before a sesh. Yeah, if you sort of had like a rotating responsibility almost for like, okay, like this session it's your responsibility, this session it's your responsibility, that sort of thing. Like I could see that potentially going well. I'm realizing that the chat that I have pulled up is very small. Like especially, or like, it's not small. It's very big, but it means that I can't actually see a lot of your guys' chats because it's so big. So I'm seeing if maybe there's a way that I can get it a little bit bigger. Let's see. Let's try that. But maybe the DM gives bullet points and the players recap their own recollections and the DM can fill in gaps. That could work. That could totally work, Hans. I mean, now we're something that I think about a lot within my DMing and just, I mean, within my life, is this thing that I am doing, right? Is it good complexity or bad complexity? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that there's, every time you introduce a new layer to this of like, okay, so the DM has to recap, right? That's a layer of complexity. That's a layer of like added responsibility for the DM. Does that give you good benefit, right? Does that give you a good value add for that added complexity? I think it does. I think that's very worthwhile. So now we get into, okay, so instead of that, we have the bullet points. So the DM actually can't be like too specific because they need to make it readable. So it puts an extra layer of complexity on the DM's recap, and we have to manage who's going to give the recap. Now, that's an extra layer of complexity. Is that worth it? Honestly, I could see either way. I could see it going either way. I could see that being very cool and very worth it, depending on the type of table you have. And I think it could be a good opportunity for, especially if you're doing, one at a time, just around the table. It's a good bit of forced RP, essentially, for maybe people who aren't as comfortable RPing consistently, where like it's a forced bit of RP where they can like think about it beforehand and they can like script out something, which could be very helpful for people, especially if they're more on the socially anxious side, to give them an opportunity to RP, but also allow them to have this opportunity to script it out beforehand. So I can see some real benefits to it, but I would have to test it out. I don't know if it would be worth it off the top of my head. Our sessions are bi-weekly, so for sure, simple recaps really help. Yeah, I can definitely see that. DMs, don't forget using environment in your combats. Yeah, I mean, yes, Stop. I agree. But like, I think that is how you make more interesting combats. And I think that actually that's why there is such a criticism and a focus and a critique on D&D combats, is because the nature of it to allow very easy off the cuff decisions also means that in order to get things that are interesting, you have to put, I think, a little bit more effort into it. So there's this weird dichotomy, right? Of like, if you're playing a war game, if you're playing like Warhammer, right? The very nature of the game almost forces you into creating something interesting, like the very restrictions of said game. D&D does not force you to create something interesting, like at all. So there's kind of this balance of D&D makes it to where you can very easily create white room combats that don't feel like white room combats, like when you look at them. And so that makes it really easy to improv for a DM, which is really cool. Like I think that's a cool feature. But on the other hand, it can make it a little bit more difficult to make those interesting combats because you don't have as many things pushing you towards it. I'm a note taker. My DM tends to ask me to recap or listen to theirs and add if they miss things. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. My group had inspiration for whoever gave the recap, with no one able to do it multiple times in a row. That is a very interesting system, Cabium. The only thing I worry about there is it's not strategically, but that sort of incentivizing the louder one at the table, because like I guarantee if I'm in that group, I'm given the recap I'm giving it more than 1 out of 4 times, probably. I'm probably giving it 2 out of every 4 times, right? So we're like alternating back and forth. And I could see more specifically it skipping maybe a quieter member. Which, to a certain degree, it's like, okay, good. They shouldn't have to give it if they don't want to. But also, if they feel less comfortable stepping forward, giving them that out might feel good in the very select moment. But overall, it might draw a little bit of a line, a little bit of a wall between the other players that are doing recaps and are getting this inspiration and the more quiet player. So I can see some benefits and some negatives to that. And Little Hill is very similar to Cabium. Yeah, very, very much so. Get players to roll for giving a recap? Maybe. Yeah. The dice could decide. That could work. Slanesh, sing to us. I mean, you either make combat cool yourself, or you let players do it for you by allowing a lot of insane evil genius moves. I mean, yeah, certainly. I still think that there's an aspect of there's only so much that a player can do to make your combat interesting. Like if we think 2 sessions back, that combat against Daxio, right? That was his name, I think. That was just like in the cells. There was probably nothing that the players could have done that would have made that combat interesting. It just was what it was. And I think that there's a couple of reasons for that, but I do think that ultimately it was just kind of it was 2 white rooms with a chokehold between them, which is like a step towards interesting, but it would have been, it's better than them fighting him in one big room with nothing in it. But sometimes there's only so much a player can do. Got one DM make us roll recaps. Interesting. Okay, yeah, so it sounds like rolling to recap is a fairly common one. I could see that. In Bit, do you get character experience by giving that recap if you lean into your character? Really? I thought the character experience was always determined at the end, JD Han. Oh no, a bit defect I didn't know. Oh man, I had to cancel my Bitty session this weekend because I was having all of these freaking technical difficulties. But I'm also super psyched because when I started the Bitty campaign, it was very much from the perspective of like, this is going to be very improv. I'm not going to put almost any work into it, which was fine. You know, it was a way to learn the system, especially. But I'm very excited now that I have less stress and more time to be able to actually like put a lot more effort into the campaign. I think I'm very excited for that aspect of things. I try not to ask one player to recap. I ask the group. They work together to piece the session together. I could see that, Little Hill. Yeah. Seems like there's a lot of ways to do it. Yeah. Mega outbit deed. But what if the villains in the white rooms are white ninjas? They're blending into the crowd. All right, let's, I think, go from there. And what are the timestamps? Good time zone, everyone. Hello. Let's see. Originally streamed 6:08.
Hello, everyone. How do you? So go to host for a that. Hi, Sam.
And let me know if the levels are like off at all. Let me know if like there's anything bad or wrong with the levels. What is going on? I'm gonna be trying to watch them, but again, we're limited on monitor space. CR a bit loud. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so I can't watch as many things as I normally do. Since this is the start of Arc 3, we need predictions on what it will involve, what characters will it focus on, who will be the bad guys, and most importantly, how Kima will fit in. We've already decided. We have a unifying Kima theory that she's Ego from Guardians of the Galaxy from Marvel. She is the world mimic. It's all Kima. In character group recaps sounds fire. That does sound fire. What up, Topaz? Let's see. Let's think. I mean, it's hard. I either think that I think they're leaving Taldore. And I think that they are either heading to, what do you call it? I think they're either heading to Wildmount or to Marquette. I'm thinking Marquette because it's like a very, like they learned a lot about it in this manner. It's where Daxio was going. It seems to be the most clear line for them to go down. Now, how they get there, we'll have to see. I don't know if they're just gonna kind of take an airship there or something. Do I know I don't know all of the continents. I mostly know Taldore, Wildmount, and Marquette. Too obvious. Yeah. So I'm thinking Marquette. Especially, or maybe they'll go and try to do Keyless next to Shari, because what's she done? She's done Earth Ashari, and she did an Ashari, or no. She did Fire Ashari and Earth Ashari. So she has water and air left, which she could really hit either of those on the way to Marquette, which is I kind of think what's going to happen. Air, earth, and fire. She did one of them before the start, right? Aramente's the crest. Right. Aramente's the quest. So I think we're going to get, in this arc, I think we're going to get another piece of the Aramente. I think it's going to get tossed in there. How long is the arc? I actually don't know. I don't know off the top of the of Ye Olde Dome. So it goes until 59, and we're starting at 40. So it's 19 episodes. Yeah, I think we're going to get an Aramente in there. Earth was before stream. Yeah. There's another one that's been mentioned, but I'll keep quiet. Okay. I am almost positive that it was Earth. Because and then I know that we had fire during Vasselheim. So I think we're going to get air or water. Probably mostly depending on how they get there, I would guess. I would guess that they're going to run into the next Ashari group, or maybe they'll detour for the next Ashari group, related to how they get to where they're going. Again, I don't think they're staying in Taldore, which would mean, and I think in terms of the characters that we have, right? We have the twins, we have Grog, we have Percy, we have Keyleth, and we have Scan Man. And I think all of them are from Taldore, if I remember correctly. I don't think any of them are from off-continent, except for maybe Keyleth, and obviously the infamous Draconian sorcerer. We know that the twins I think he's in Westrune, their dad. So I could see maybe doing some stuff with him on the way. I know Grog is from some sort of mountain area, and that's where Pike is from as well, I believe. So I'm wondering if they're gonna. Okay, my theory, right? I'm gonna put one down on paper. I am thinking. I'm really debating between Marquette and between Wildmount. Because the thing is, I know that I guess I don't know, but the fact that they have a book about Wildmount, right, I think it means that they spent at least some significant period of time there. So I think I'm gonna, and I keep, every time I say I think they're going to Wildmount, but I'm gonna keep going. I'm going to keep going on it. I think they are going to Wildmount. Oh, wait, and let me make sure I don't miss. The only thing with this method is I can't scroll back in chat, so I'll have to be watching it occasionally. Do you know what Ashari group Keyleth is from? Oh, it's definitely been mentioned, but I definitely don't remember. I'm going to guess. I don't know. Oh, Albie, there's another continent that's been mentioned. I do remember another continent being mentioned, but I don't. It was mentioned, I think, kind of offhand, and I don't really remember anything about it. Draconian sorcerer. What are your thoughts on us mentioning things that have been answered already? That's fine. I'm totally fine with you answering things that have been previously, like, especially if I'm like, oh man, I just can't remember it. Like, that's totally fine. I'm fine with that. Incoming eye patch highlight with hard cut to what actually happens. Yeah. Pike and Grog from Westrun. Vex and Vax from Westrun. Oh, thank you, Geekette. What's up? Yeah. Grog from mountains north of Westrun. Twins' father is ambassador to Imon. Right. Okay. Yeah. Especially where Pike and Grog are from, especially if it's like in their bios or been mentioned, something like that. The full Wild Monty, doubling down on his Wild Mont bet. I really am. I think because they have to go there. They just have to. Oh my God. Okay, I cannot turn up the exposure. So instead, we will be turning up the brightness. Ugh, that does not look great. I need better lighting. Okay, 1 second. I need better lighting. Ugh. There we go. Keyleth of the Air Ashari. That's right. I knew this. Okay, so I think that she's already done Earth. She just did fire. I think next on her list is going to be water, and I think they're going to. Oh, thank you for the membership, Daniel. I appreciate it. I think that they are going to I think that they are going to run into the water, Ashari, and she's going to do that part of her Aramente. You know what? But she has so much. There's so many episodes left, actually, now that I fucking think about it. How many episodes are in this fucking season? Oh my god, there are so many. Okay, actually, never mind. No Aramente. No Aramente. They gotta fucking... I think Aramente is going to be the arc after this, because they gotta save that shit. Still, when in doubt, especially if Mega is still in the process of working things out, let's err on the side of holding back. I mean, yeah, that's true, AKL. And like asking in the chat if you think it's good, or asking in like the spoilers channel, but especially previously mentioned information, I'm pretty all right with. We watched their backstory video. Yeah, that's true. Wildmount based on context or the meta existence of the book? Kind of both. So there is the meta existence of the book, where it's like, okay, they made a whole ass book about this. They didn't make a whole ass book about Marquette. You know what I'm saying? So I have a very distinct feeling that they are going to spend a lot more time in Wildmount, or that Wildmount's just going to be a more significant part of the story. The question is mostly when, you know? So my theory is that, also there's whatever continent Vasselheim's on. So I don't know what continent that is. But Spoiler Chat is the best place to verify. Yeah. So I think I'm going to double down on Wildmount, and I'm going to say that on the... Because we just got out of a really, like, this is the character, this is, like, their shit, this is their story. I'm going to say that we are going to travel back to Whitestone, check in on the black hole, maybe with some help from some other people, see how it's going. Then we go to Wildmount to investigate the Vecna cult, because the party knows that is, you know, where Delilah is from. That was kind of the first maybe resurgences of things. I think that they're going to value that information over whatever the fuck is happening in Marquette. Although I think that Marquette was a very valid quest route for them to take. I think they're, I don't know about that. And then we're going to have an entire player no focus when we're in Wildmount. And then for some reason, maybe we're going to have to escort someone back, or we're going to recover an artifact that maybe Allura has to look at in person. Or we need to like bring it back to Whitestone, or I think we're going to find something in Wildmount, a person, an artifact that we are going to need to transport back to Iman in order to either have someone look at it or compare it to something else. And on the way back, we are going to... I was about to say water Aramente, but I don't think that's going to happen this arc, because I think we need to push that out, because we don't have very many left. So not water Aramente. We're going to have something Westrun related. It's either going to be twins or it's going to be Grog. So I'm thinking it is, we do our shit over in Wildmount. We are on our way back to Iman, and maybe even it's like old school Goliath magic or something. Like it's like the, you know, Goliaths are often lumped in with giants. Giants have like runic magic a lot of the time. So there's like, you know, there's like the Rune Knight that is related to giants. Obviously that wasn't out yet, but there's that relation. And we know that the Vecna cult is using these runes, is using some sort of magical runic magic, right? The Daxio had runic enchantments around his room. And it seems like that is like well-known magic, but I'm gonna say that it is rooted in giant shit. And so maybe the artifact that they discover Allura is like, hey man, I actually don't know fucking shit ass about this. And Grog reveals that, like, I don't know, there's like a wise woman from his tribe or something. Or maybe even like Allura mentions someone and Grog's like, oh, that's my aunt. Allura's like, you must seek out this person. But we don't know where she is. She is long lost to the annals of society. And Grog's like, oh, that's my aunt. She's just chilling back in, back in, she's just chilling back in my village, yo. And all of them are like, what? And so then they take this artifact, the runic magic, they go to Grog's old tribe. And so there's a little mini arc surrounding Grog going back to his tribe to investigate this item. And so that's my thought there. Oh no! Wait, did the chat box widget, did it failed? I can see that the chat is moving. Okay. So the chat box isn't working for me. Damn it. I was really hoping it would be. All right, so unfortunately Twitch, until I get more monitors, Twitch, I'm just not going to be able to see your chats. Unless I see it in here, I will not be able to see the Twitch chats, unfortunately. And hopefully this might be resolved by Wednesday. More likely it'll be resolved by Friday. But definitely by Friday. So yeah, so there's that sort of wise woman arc, and maybe she pushes them towards Marquette. Like, I think that they are going to go to Marquette, but I'm thinking that they might need another push into that direction. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that this is not going to be the thing that ultimately shoves them off towards Marquette. I think it's going to be that there's going to be a second layer of, she looks at this artifact and she's like, the wise woman in Grog's village is like, oh, this stone is actually like, you can only find this shit in Marquette. And so that's then kicks off the arc after that. And in between Taldore and because Grog is from the mountains north of Westruun, in between Westruun and Marquette, that is where the Water Ashari is. So or maybe the Water Ashari is probably on the Marquette continent, because maybe they even control the fucking oasis. Probably not. But I think that they are like, maybe there's like a whole like lore bit about like them being like, them like causing mirages or some shit, right? That has to do with like their local legend within this desert continent of this water-based like bending druid group. I could see something there. So that's my general feeling is Wildmount, get an artifact, come back, talk to Allura. Allura pushes them to Grog's village. Grog's person pushes them to Marquette, and on the way to Marquette, they encounter the Water Ashari. But Water Ashari and Marquette are the arc after this one. So this arc will end probably in Grog's village, maybe with them like leaving Grog's village and maybe going back to Amon for a quick downer. Or not downer, but a quick break between. That's my theory. Always use the transcripts. Oh, yeah. The search engine is a good way to confirm if something has been mentioned yet. Vasselheim is in Isilra. Yeah, I think we've definitely they talked about the continent that Vasselheim was on. But I think Vasselheim is like the bastion of civilization on that continent. It's mostly wild from what I remember. I like how you're incorporating other characters' backstories like a good DM should. Thank you, AKL. Yeah, I mean, I think it's And you don't have to include it in like crazy huge ways, you know? And I actually think like in general, it is actually more distracting if you include it maybe too largely. Like, I think that people are kind of done with chosen one quest lines. Like, say that, like Avatar type stuff. Like, if they were like, this door can only be accessed by someone who is, you know, by the leader of the Ashari who has completed her Aramente, blah, 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 blah. I think that might be kind of lame. But if you include something that she learned over the course of the Aramente, or something that she just so happened to gain over the Aramente, or someone that she met over the Aramente, I think that can be cool. So I think that like including things that are more, I don't want to call them coincidental, but it can't be like, you are the special one, you are the chosen one. I think that hitting on just the knowledge that they just happen to have, or that they gained through struggles or through trials, I think is cooler. Predictions are so spot on. I could have been part of the writing team. What can I say? What can I say? Big ol' how does he do it? Chap is the new dude. I like Chap. It sounds a little old-timey for my taste. But I could get with it. Why are we even watching? He knows it all. No, I don't want to ignore Twitch. I actually want to put. I'm going to put some specific effort into Twitch and into the coming days. But I'm on one monitor right here, and then I wired into our TV in the living room, and those are my monitors. And I have to have that monitor to actually like host the CR that you guys see. And with this, Mega perfectly predicted the rest of C1. The Fire Ashari were in this. Oh, yeah. That's true. They were in the volcanoes surrounding. It was like Vasselheim on the coast, big old forest with all the dinosaurs, and then volcano mountains with the Fire Ashari. That's true. What's up, Phantom? How you doing? So what you're saying is doors are the final BBG of Keela's story? Of all of their stories, signed Sip-Sap, and it can't be one of them that breaks through. They have to break through as a team. Getting through a door. Yeah. That's all that it is. The BBG is just a door mimic. So every time that, dude, that would be so fucking funny if there was a mimic that was a door, and every time that Liam picked the lock, like every time that Liam or whoever picks the lock, Matt is just like, yeah, like you picked the lock, but it still doesn't open. Like the latch just stays closed. And then it's like he goes back to pick the lock, and it's like, and then, or Matt could even like narrate, like you hear the door relock itself. A door mimic is the cruelest thing you could ever do. A sentient door? They have no way past. A door that can change to block them? Come on. How many 10 plus characters are needed to open a door? Yeah, exactly. Also, because of the setup and the restrictions around it, no timer today, because I don't have I don't have my hotkeys to be able to like start and stop the timer easily. I also don't. I mean, it's a long one. This is a beefy one, but it's still a half ep. I think we'll be okay. And then maybe sad news to people, maybe not. I don't know. But I think I'm gonna stop doing at least a visual on stream Vox Machina bingo. I wasn't that into it. I mean, like, I was into it to a degree, but I wasn't as into it. Like trying to watch for it and trying to remember it and cross-reference it was a lot of work, especially as chat has been growing. It's like a lot of the time that I used to spend like seeing what's in the bingo and like thinking about it and watching for it. Like a lot of that I now kind of just have to put into like watching and monitoring chat. So, you know, yeah, big old 07s to bingo. I will still have the bingo able to be generated in the description. So if you want to play bingo, feel free to generate your own card. But yeah, I also found and the other thing is like, honestly, with all of that, it was probably pretty even, but it also takes up a lot of on-screen real estate. Like, so I'll be able to, I think, now make CR a bit bigger while still keeping my frame a bit, still pretty large. So it'll allow us a little bit more flexibility with on-screen elements as well. We could do one in spoilers chat, certainly. Yeah. You could always generate one and put it in a thread in spoilers chat. Yeah, 100%. But anyways, with that, we're almost caught up to the normal time that we would start stream, but we're done with the recap and predictions for a new arc. I think we're doing delightful. I think we're doing great. And with that, we will start on the first time code.
Sam, glad you could join us, buddy.
Here he is.
Sam Regal, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Sam.
I will say again, because of the space requirements, you might see me more often looking like directly this direction, which is where the actual CR is. We are professionals. See how much gets done when you get up at 5 a.m. Exactly.
Hi, Sam. Hi.
Sam Regal.
Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
I like this sweater. Is this new?
Thanks.
It's so hot in here, though.
Oh, no, I'll take it off.
You and me, we got problems now. Like a great weapon master right now. Where's Scanlan on the map?
He's right over here. We can work towards it over there shortly.
All this time, you've been trying to kick my teeth in, and your real enemy is right over here. True colors shining through.
Anger choose. Is it? I'm assuming that this is a sports thing. I have to assume. I don't know. The Indians is probably like an NFL team, I would suppose. Is that the one that changed their name to the football team? Is that a football, I believe? Sports ball? American football things? Yeah.
All right. Good. It's getting in character. Perfect. So, now we finished all the announcements, I believe. If there's anything else, we're going to go ahead and get into tonight's episode of Critical Role. So.
Oh, yeah. It used to be the Washington, not good names, Redskins. And, yeah, it got renamed to the Washington football team, and now it's renamed to something else. But I seriously think they should have just kept it as the Washington football team. I think that would have been dope. Yeah, DC is currently named the Commanders. That's right. He's a Dallas Cowboys fan, and that means something in this context, I have to assume. Or it's the DC team. Okay. Oh, lol. Oh, wait, Robin said something. Wait, why didn't I see Robin's? Oh, because I'm on top chat and not live chat. Like a fool. Not sports. Travis just hates indigenous people. That has to be it. Right. All right. So, yeah, let's do... Just to see the real shit, right? Just to see the real shit right now. Let's do the recap, unlike normal. Yup, Travis is a Dallas Cowboys fan. Commanders is a division rival. I see. The only rivalries I am aware of, I'm not a top chatter. It's probably because you use the word indigenous, if I had to guess. Sometimes it filters certain things out of top chat. Things that it won't explicitly like remove, but yeah, we'll see how the recap goes. Get car up. Oh yeah, it could have been hates. Totally could have been hates. We'll see how the recap goes. Let's see. Yeah, okay. I think we're good. And just to put it out there, because there was confusion last time, so I'll put it out there right at the start. This part that we're watching right now ends at 143. So if you are wondering about how well we're doing, how, quickly we're getting through it, 143 is where we're probably going to end tonight. Just so you're aware.
Where we had left off, our intrepid adventurers, Vox Machina, having returned the traitor Riskel Daxio to Sovereign Uriel in the center of the town of Iman, Grog beheading him as part of his punishment for being...
And you know what is interesting about this? I might try to watch more of the recaps nowadays, because the reason I didn't watch the recap, originally, right, because I was trying to cut down on time. And now that we're more time flexible nowadays... it's a very distinct possibility. I might just watch the recap all the time, specifically because of what we talked about in reference to the recap having kind of DM highlighting almost. Like what Matt chooses to include in his recap could be very telling about exactly what we should be keying in on, So that, if we have time, I might try to watch more of that more often. Causing political rallies, was it good for sales? The gun takers, lol. It was probably a combination. Yeah, it totally could have been a combination. Dislike people's prior to second or subsequent arrivals. Let's see. Are you in top chat, Daniel? You are indeed in top chat, Daniel. I do enjoy a fair few of Matt's recaps. Yeah, so let's get into it. Let's do it.
Being such a traitorous worshiper of the evil entity known as Vecna.
Traitorous worshiper.
Upon going out for a pub crawl, came across Gilmore in a secret speakeasy. Managed to enjoy Hero's Feast at his expense, whereas Vex and Vax both. All of you got very drunk.
I didn't get drunk at all.
That's right, you didn't drink. Gilmore had a very intense conversation with Vax over there to ensure where they stood, and Felix vomited multiple times. But after which, the party found their way back to the keep, where Dr. Dranzel and his spectacular traveling troupe were drinking and expecting you to be there, in which they can converse and try and convince you of a little caper that they've been trying to get their head around for a while, and you seem to have the entry to this possible windfall of money. Scanlan, after courting this young pixie-haired gnome...
It's sort of new in the back of my head, right? No, I was courting her. No, it's true.
Was instead confronted within his bedroom by...
We're going to try one last options. I put the Streamlabs widget on my phone. We're going to see if that continues to update. If it doesn't, maybe we'll have to look at switching off of Slobs. Because at least for chat, because Slobs makes multi-streaming dummy simple. I love Slob's multi-streaming capabilities, but I could combine it with Stream Elements' chat functionality if that's maybe more consistent. We'll have to see. Twitch chat on your phone, potentially. I'd really like to be able to see them all in one window. I feel like that's not too much to fucking ask, but we'll see. And I could even potentially, I don't know if Restream allows you to aggregate chats for something that it's not actively streaming. We'll see. I don't know. Bug. Shush. She's not shushing. Therapy at 15 after. I will check Twitch chat when I get back, and I can pull Twitch chat up on here. If there's any issues, I can pull it up. It's just not convenient. So yeah, no worries, Mustang. Alrighty, but anyways, let's get into it.
Kaylee, who revealed herself to be Scanlan's long unknown daughter from many years ago, who had trained very hard as a bard at the College of the White Duke in Western, and honed her skills with the blade with the intent of finding you one day and disgracing you. Thanks to Scanlan's sudden realization, change of heart, and attempts to connect with his lost blood, broke a bit of that cold, honed exterior and managed to prevent a very dangerous and possibly deadly encounter. She left frustrated and confused and hasn't been seen since. The rest of you, gathering the next morning, discussed this endeavor with Dr. Dranzel and how they had found a home that had been long abandoned after being purchased by a collector. A home that you guys had ransacked a little over a year before after finding a portal within that led to a dragon sword, as the previous person who lived there, General Creek, was actually a dragon who had infiltrated the council.
Really hot dragon.
It was
It was really cute.
It's really cute. She's
I had a thing for General Craig. I was really sad when it turned out he
I'm
was
sorry it worked out that way.
Dragging a lot of bling too,
Yeah.
if I remember.
Yeah, that was Grog famous race shooting. General Krieg, Brimscythe, sorry. They're close. Brimscythe, the dragon, was slaughtered in this endeavor. However, it's been over a year since. You guys returned to this house, scoured it, found your way through the still existing secret.
Ah! Puppy! Puppy! I'm being attacked! I thought she would tire of her attack at some point. Oh, now you tire. Now, once we have paused everything, now is when you choose to end. Puppy. Yes, hi. Ridiculous. Oh my goodness. Restream does have a combined chat feature. So I'm not sure if it will do combined chat if you aren't actively using it, was my only worry. You're so embarrassing her by pausing. Yeah, am I embarrassing you? God. Oh my god. Paws are so big, I know, dude. She's like 57 pounds now, and she's I think 6 months, 1 week, maybe 2 weeks. Yo, big girl. Anyways.
Passage that led you to the now partially collapsed cavern which once housed Brimscythe and his horde. You found that the tunnel itself, freezing cold, the rubble of the partially collapsed cavern had been ravaged by some sort of large clawed entity that Vex had identified as another equally dangerous dragon who seemed to have rummaged through and found the corpse of Brimscythe. You also found that a number of gold coins and a bit of his hoard had been buried in this, were now exposed by these strange smooth tunnels that were carved into the rock. Upon you, Scanlan, and Trinket inquiring there, the rest of the party scattered. Pike and Keyleth went to find...
What is going on, dogs? Bug just barked directly at me. Do we need to have a conversation, ladies? Hi. I think it's because someone rang the doorbell, but I'm not entirely sure. Oh my goodness.
What seemed to be the owner of the house, now frozen in fright in a far alcove, and the rest of your group traveling towards the mouth of the cavern itself before the ground begins to rumble. Suddenly, exploding from the rock and shale at the bottom of the cavern floor, you guys manage to see before you, piercing forth from the ground itself, a very, very large, segmented, armored, worm-like entity.
Armored?
The actual hide itself is like very, very
Super
thick.
thick?
And
Like with armor?
Not with armor, just
Okay.
its natural.
Okay.
natural
When we
sense.
kill it,
not
we
smart
can make armor
And
out
it
of
was
him.
it was pale and icy too. I think you were
It was darkish purple in its color and tint, like darks, blacks, purple, with rows and rows of teeth coming out of its eyeless face. As it bursts out of the surface, I need you all to roll initiative.
Oh my god. Right away. We're just in it. Just like that.
Yeah. Wow, we didn't fight at all.
Man, I always have shitty initiative.
Yuck.
You,
All right.
I took yours.
So, 25 to 20. What you got?
20.
Nice.
Get this worm away from
20 to 15?
19.
19.
That's it? 15.
What does that line?
You could certainly say a toothy maw. Yep, and we're gonna go straight into a combat speed up. Yeah, I mean, and I think that recaps could be given with more or less gravitas, you could say. It was certainly it was interesting and it was informational, especially again on the things he chose to highlight. I'm becoming more, I think I'm a little bit more solid in my wild mount prediction because he did not even bring up Marquette, at all. So, maybe something there. But yeah, I mean, I think, it's certainly, again, it does definitely transition the party into we are playing the game now. But I think that if you're going to go straight into combat like that, initiative right off the bat, I would like to see something a little bit more maybe monologue-y or narratively little zhuzhed. I don't know what I'm grabbing. This is the zhuzh that I'm grabbing. But even with all of that being said, it's maybe half dozen of one, I can still put that into the realm of artistic differences, because I do think that that does meet my minimum standard of what you need to do, I think, before you get into a combat. Matt's recap was informative, but kind of tedious, just like Bill's or something. That's kind of where I'm at, Dop, of like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is like, you can give a much more narratively, like, interesting recap. And I've actually heard Matt give a little bit more of an interesting recap before. What the fuck is going on? I've heard him give that type of recap. So I know that, I mean, not to say like he has it in him, but like, I know that that is a part of his style, at least occasionally. But yeah, I think Matt gains more gravitas as he goes on. Right now, the cast still interrupts him. Yeah, that's fair. Keyless vomit is vital information to be included in the recap. I wonder how it will play into the arc. You're so right. You're so right. One of the players even exclaimed straight into combat just like that. Yeah, kind of fan lair. It's kind of what I'm going at a little bit. Yeah. Gravitas is more for Candela or Calamity, rarely the main combat campaign slapdickery. Yeah, and that gravitas is maybe the wrong word, but a little bit more. I don't quite know how to say it, but a little bit more of. This sounds stupid, but the Matt voice. Like, I feel like Matt has a bit of a different like voice and tone when he is describing something as the narrator versus when he is describing something as Matthew Mercer, friend of all of you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think he kind of has a DM voice about him. And even just like doing it within that DM voice, I think could maybe serve to pull them in a little bit. They can't all be winners. Oh, certainly not. Certainly not. No. And so, like you're saying, Groinhead, that's a great thing to point out of like, they can't all be winners. And I think that the general strategy of having the recap beforehand at least presents the right strategy and mechanics towards getting a good ramp up. Even if, you don't nail it every single time. I totally agree there. A little bit more of this part is interesting. A little bit. He sounded almost bored in this one. Yeah. Which again, not all can be winners by any stretch of the imagination. DMs are going to have off days, or the DM might just not think that it's important enough. So yeah. So funny personal anecdote. Turns out I went to school with Laura Bailey, middle, high, and college. Whoa. Never met her, but saw her do a Talks Machina interview. She talked about growing up in small Texas town, and I checked my old yearbook. That's so funny. Yeah, definitely have her sign it. That's sick. Yeah, I don't think he was bored. I think he was just awkward about recapping the Kaylee stuff. I mean, very potentially. Oh my goodness. The dogs are unhappy tonight. That is wild, Slow Drown, though. That is very crazy. Dogs. All right, I need to go break something up. 1 second. Dogs. What is going on? Hey. Hey, no. Hey, no. I have figured out the source of their frustration because they know what time dinner is. Dinner is not for like an hour and a half. The source of their frustration is that Paige is FaceTiming someone and has closed the door so that my voice does not leak into the FaceTime. So they are just upset that they can't get to Paige. That is the source of their fury and anger. But yeah, I mean that totally could be as well, Little Hill. Sally, you can't watch the Between the Sheets interview before, as it was. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. Slow Drowned. Yeah. We must right now watch all the previously skipped recaps in a row. Every single one. See what we missed. Oh my goodness.
15 to 10?
10.
10, right?
11.
What?
All right. Then comes
Battleship this
10 to 5.
9.
9.
Thanks.
And Pike, well, she's not here.
Oh.
Roll the lowest. Ash, unfortunately, due to scheduling, could not be here this evening. So far, we're hoping she might show up at some point tonight. We'll find out. But in the meantime, I'm going to be running Pike on my hand. So, starting the encounter, as you see this giant worm creature through the tunnel, you three of you now walking in the direction, feeling the rumble, turn around, holding forth your great sword unsheathed. You can feel the power pulsing with each beat of your blood through your body as a little voice in the back of your head, summoning weapon goes, kill. You're up, Rod.
Oh my god.
Well, I hope you're hungry. We have to wait 1 second. We're a bit far away. Can I travel as far as I can towards?
Speed of 50, I believe? Yeah.
Oh, I said I hid. At the end of the episode, I said hid.
Right, roll so.
Do I have to drive a line of sight with him, or is the edge of that outcropping kind of blocking it?
He would have half cover if you were to try and throw your weapon at him.
Pike and I are hiding
Plus 5
too.
to his armor class.
Mike and I are hiding too. I don't like this dice.
Okay, still check.
Could I back up 3 squares so that I can move to my left so I can get a straight look at him?
There, you mean?
Oh,
Can I go one more?
That's the extent of your movement right there. Unfortunately, so you want to go this angle there.
Yeah, that's
there you go.
exactly
Okay.
what I said. Can I use the javelin of lightning?
What the fuck is that?
You may.
Oh, that's right.
That's a thing you made up.
Oh, yeah, I've got it. You know, under the magic word Penelope, and I throw it at each creature in the line, excluding me. The target must make a DC 13 dexterity saving throw.
Okay, there are no creatures in the line, just the target.
Just
so.
the target.
Did you get that in your grill?
Huh?
Your grill? Is it from your grill?
I don't remember. It's just in the
Yeah,
bag.
that was on the
Your
end of
grill.
the
Bottom of that pit.
Yep.
When he
Just
headbutted
in the
the
bag.
giant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was in the rubble. Good memories.
Wow, how did you remember that?
All right.
Can I try throw it?
You may go for it.
Plus 18.
18 total? 18 just hits. Let's go ahead and roll damage with the javelin.
Okay.
As you rear back,
4d6.
kind of aim with your eyes, and the frustration is palpable from Craven Edge as you kind of put it aside to throw the javelin instead. As it arcs into a bolt of energy that streaks forth, slams into the hide of the giant purple worm. Go ahead and roll damage.
19.
19 already. Great.
Wait, did I miss something? Javelin of Lightning just forces a saving throw, right? I'm pretty sure that's what Travis just read out. I don't know why. Do you also roll to hit the Javelin of Lightning? I could be wrong, but I thought it was just the lightning saving throw and no like roll to hit or whatever. Could be wrong. I don't know.
It kind of rears in place, shakes itself for a second. It has no eyes, so it's not looking in a different direction. It just seems to be flailing in its current location.
Can I go into a rage?
Yes, you may.
Oh, not to rage.
All right.
Were you rolling your special dice?
So you bite the lower lip, you feel and taste the blood again.
Oh, roll to hit target saves in the path. I see. That makes sense. I almost forgot that D&D Magic items do not scale with players. I think I've said this before, but maybe only like once or twice. I really wish, and it's one of my like personal goals the next time I DM D&D, which might be sooner rather than later, like an at-home campaign, which, by the way, I'm so excited for Unseen Campaign because now I can just DM everyone. Like I have no more work, holding me back during the day. So I'll be able to do a ton of Unseen Campaign DMing, which is going to be sick. But regardless, next time I DM like an at-home campaign, I really want to focus on making a good evolving item for each player. Like I think that's something I really want to do where it like, not just that it, scales with their proficiency. Because I think that that's one, that's like kind of the classic way to scale a feature or an item or whatever is to scale it with prof, which I think is good. But I think that the concept of an evolving item has a lot more potential than that. And I'd really like to make it like, not like an integral part, but a solid part, like maybe like a little bit of a gimmick of that campaign. I think it'd be really cool. My YouTube does not want to stick to live, only a small lag, but insists on it. Ah, that sucks, AKL. I'm sorry. Yeah. Anyways, but yeah, I don't know. I have this. I think it would be really, really cool. And I haven't really seen a lot of homebrew around that concept.
Into your mouth, and at that point, the heat in the back of your shoulders and neck begins to swell up. Grog's into a rage. That ends your turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Can I do like a nature check on this thing to see if I can discern any type of information on it?
Sure. Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Just straight intelligence? Yeah. That's not good. I think that is a 6.
6.
That's my difference right there.
You have no recollection of this type of entity in your travels. It's definitely, it's not natural, it's not of nature, and you've seen various types of, eyeless worm type creatures, but nowhere near on the scale. So yeah, you have no idea beyond that.
Okay.
What you got?
I'm gonna
The purple worm isn't natural? This is probably just a straight up gap in my knowledge. I definitely thought that the purple worm was natural.
whisper to Pike and be like, it doesn't have any eyes.
Maybe it's like an aberration, so that's technically unnatural. I don't know.
I feel like we should move.
Just
Or a
as little as you possibly can. Just, it's good. Moving's not my forte.
I kind of like hold her shoulder pad so she doesn't clink any.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna stay right here.
All right. So that ends your turn. Vax, you're up.
Fair enough. I think, AKL, I don't know if you guys can pop out chat, but you could pop out YouTube chat and then just like mainly watch on Twitch. And so that way you can like chat in the YouTube chat, but then watch it on Twitch. could be a solution. Hopefully this is very, very temporary. Very, very temporary. That is my big hope. Hopefully it'll be solved by Wednesday. At minimum, it will be solved by Friday. So he asked for an int check when she asked for nature. Why we have skills, Matt? Look, it's a monstrosity. Okay. Well, I feel like monstrosities could still be natural, no? Like, I feel like aberration, I feel like that's kind of the difference between an aberration and a monstrosity, at least the way that I think about them. To be fair, I don't know that I'm using, that I'm thinking about them correctly, but generally, I think about monstrosities being something that are like very alien to us. Like, I think about I know it's not, but I think about or actually it might be. I think about like the Kraken being a monstrosity, right? Whereas an aberration is like fucking Frankenstein. You know what I'm saying? Like something like very like explicitly unnatural. So I don't know. But on Dop's comment, I will say sometimes I will ask for straight up ability rolls. Especially if I don't think a specific skill really applies. But I will say, if you don't like, intelligence, nature, I think history would have worked just as well. Now, I don't know if she has history or not, but that's kind of beside the point. I think history would work just fine. If your worm is purple, please consult with your primary. No, they're changed or created by magic, I believe. Interesting, Ella. I did not know that. Interesting. Nature is int. Something hotly contested at my table is whether or not that should be the case. That is a hotly contested thing. But I mean, it depends on how experienced your players are, but I love hot swapping in like skills with other abilities. I think that's really fun, but I would only do that at a table of experienced players. Xanathars gives guidance for which creature types relate to which checks. Oh, really, Sputnik? God damn, Xanathars is a good book. I really like Xanathars. I like Xanathars and Tasha's a lot. Honestly, Tasha's less so. I think if I had to pick like a favorite D&D book, it is probably Xanathars. I think Xanathars is such a heater of a first like mainline supplement, or what would you call it? A rule book expansion. I think Xanathars brings absolute heat. I know a lot of what's in it, but even sometimes I get surprised with stuff like what Sputnik just said of like, that's so cool. That's so cool. I love Xanathars. Don't you mean Frankenstein's monster, you son of a... You son of a dick. Now worms can come in all shapes and sizes. I think it's that monstrosities are just uncommonly found in the world. They are far less natural than, say, a cow. Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, I think about, I don't know if this is the case, but like, I assume that the, I keep wanting to say the tardigrade, the Tarrasque is probably a monstrosity, yeah? And so, like, there's fucking one of them, but it's like a natural creature, right? It's like an ancient evil. I think it's natural to the material plane. So even if they're rare, I would consider that nature. But also, if it's like an ancient evil, you could argue history. It's debatable. It's very, very debatable. Volos was a nice one too. Volos is all right. I think it didn't it was solid. Sorry, excuse me. Volos was solid. I don't think it covered quite the breadth that Xanathars covered. Like Xanathars had new player stuff. It had like rule clarifications. It had DMG stuff, like shit that should have been in the DMG from the beginning. It had new spells. It introduced like more common magic items. Like Xanathars just kind of had it all, and honestly set the bar pretty high for me. And I don't know that anything has lived up to it since, personally. Got it. The tortoise is a monstrosity. I think it's the thing of like monstrosities are, I think you're right. Monstrosities are rare beasts, but both are natural is the way I think about it, you know? I feel like Xanathars thrives from being the first extra book so that Tasha's could really stretch stuff even more. I mean, Tasha's I think is also great. Like for all of the missteps that D&D has had with its, you know, like rule books, like with its adventures or modules or whatever you want to call them, for all of the missteps it's had there, I think that Xanathar's was incredible. And I think that Tasha's was very, very, very good. I don't think it lived up to the example that Xanathar set, but I think it got close. I think that Tasha's and Xanathar's are great. Tardigrade, the size of the Tarask, would be a true terror. Oh my god. They were just teased, dude. I couldn't think of it. Nigh unkillable. Yeah, the concept of natural is very weird. I fully agree with that. And others are the product of terrible curses. Sure. They defy categorization and in some sense serve as a catch-all category for creatures that don't fit into any other type. There you go. Fair enough. I think extremely rare monsters make sense not to be common nature knowledge. That is also very fair. Like, I think that history works perfectly well for this. Anyways.
Unless you want to do something else in your turn, is that it?
I'm just gonna, I don't wanna move.
Okay.
I'm just gonna wait.
Are you waiting?
I don't wanna move.
Okay.
Click the Boots of Haste,
All right.
and I want to go stealth. And scoot to that column past Grog, but closer to the worm.
Right here?
That one, next one.
This one?
Yeah, I think I can make it there.
All right. See if we can get there.
Do I need to roll stealth?
You can roll
Someone
stealth.
for a dagger, ready?
Okay.
Yeah. That is 28.
All right. That definitely hits.
Okay.
However, it is not sneak attack damage.
Okay.
You are hiding definitely behind the pillar, but your footsteps, and you get the essence as soon as you see the creature, it kind of follows you across the room. You get the sense immediately that it's not a sight-based creature, it's definitely a movement-based creature, and its head just follows you as you move.
I'll defer, but let me go in stealth and rolling 28 on stealth. The footsteps were still enough to alert us where I was.
One as a natural
I didn't attack yet. No, it was a combined 28.
Why don't you
stealth?
Right. Even so,
Not light enough.
not quite light enough. Not with the knowledge that it was an issue with the sense, due to the proximity of it, being a very sensitive creature to the rock's movement, it still picks you up.
And I should one attack. I should have an attack, right? Because I did the boots. I ran over here.
Yep. So you have an attack.
Okay.
We'll do attacks. Okay.
Two,
Yeah.
two, because it was double the speed because of the boots.
Right. Yeah.
Is that how blind sight works? I don't think that's... or tremor sense? I could be wrong, because I'm assuming it's either blind sight or tremor sense. But both of those still require perception contests, right? They either require a passive perception that you're rolling against on your stealth, or a perception contest to be detected when trying to hide. Right? Could be wrong. I would whenever I run something with like a weird sense like that, either with blind sight, true sight, tremor sense, I always have to look up the perception related rules again anytime I run a monster like that. But my understanding was just that it had to, like, tremor sense or blind sight had to do more with being able to see things past obstacles, not necessarily that they would like auto see, you know? Purple Worm has both tremor and blind. Okay, fair enough. I would assume you can still stealth. Right, that's kind of what I'm getting after, fan layer. Is like, this kind of presumes that you just can't stealth against this, which is kind of interesting. But I could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. But even IRL people get weird with GMO and stuff, even though most of our crops are the way they are because of GMO, just very slowly done. I mean, that's true. The lines are crazy blurry, Science Sap. I do not disagree at all. Purple Worm has both. According to the Monster Manual, aberrations are aliens and monstrosities are magical creations. Okay, interesting. Tremor sense is automatic as long as you're contacting the ground. Really? Okay, Sputnik. Interesting. Tremor sense that lets them sense everything in contact with the ground. Okay, so is that then the difference between blind sight and tremor sense, I'm assuming? Is that blind sight is just like you have sight, regardless of obstacles, and then tremor sense, it's like Toph's ability, she can sense ants. Interesting. So tremor sense, I guess it's not technically better than blind sight, because blind sight can detect flying things, but that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Did you know the Tarask loses over 90% of its body heat through its head? What? That's crazy. I don't know if you're being real or not. That's wild if that's true. Okay, interesting. I'll have to remember that. Yeah, but sensory stuff that I always have to relook it up. I can never remember the differences between exactly what certain senses give you.
Yeah, you have 2 attacks.
Alright, first one is, that is 14, and the second one is, I'm gonna do luck on that. Second one is 20.
Second one hits. First one, unfortunately, just bounces off of its hide.
That's not a lot, but it is 7 points of
Oh,
damage.
balls.
7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. Got it.
Take it. First blood.
It's looking pretty beat up.
Alright.
Get ready.
At this point in time, the dagger embeds itself, and the dagger, you see the hilt sinks into the hide and vanishes in a puff of smoke as it returns to your belt. However, you can see a little bit of black liquid pouring forth from it, and its head has been trained on you since you moved across the room. The worm now disappears beneath the ground,
Not cool.
and you feel the ground beneath you begin to shake as it bursts out of the ground.
Evasion.
That's a 20 to hit.
Can I use evasion?
Light it up like it's
To reduce damage in half.
Just a shaman knows you.
Huh? What's your AC?
Oh, with the boots on 18.
Just roll 20.
Yeah, I know. That's probably what happens.
So, as you look around you, all of a sudden the jaws start coming out of the ground behind you, the teeth biting into your body as you try and wrest yourself away from its grip. You take 20 points of piercing damage.
Oh, well, uncanny dodge, right?
What?
Evasion is for spell effects.
Right, evasion is not helping in the circumstance. Uncanny dodge allows you to reduce the damage by half.
Yes.
So yes, you can do that. So you take 10 damage instead. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, shit balls. That's okay. Alright, so you is to... Okay. Next 20.
As the jaws attempt to clamp around you, you manage to just pull yourself away, tearing your knees across the teeth, but rolling in opposite directions, right in the place where you were as it bursts out of the ground. Just
Wait. What did he just roll for? Evasion, uncanny dodge allows you to reduce. What is he rolling for? What is he? Did Matt ask him to roll? Or is he rolling like in relation to uncanny dodge?
Yeah, I know. That's probably what happens.
So, as you look around you, all of a sudden the jaws start coming out of the ground behind you, the teeth biting into your body as you try and wrest yourself away from its grip. You take 20 points of piercing damage.
Oh, well, uncanny dodge, right?
What?
Evasion is for spell effects.
Right, evasion is not helping in the circumstance. Uncanny dodge allows you to reduce the damage by half.
Yes.
So yes, you can do that. So you take 10 damage instead. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, okay. He asked him to make dex save. Okay, cool.
Oh, shit balls. That's okay. Alright, so you is to... Okay. Next 20.
As the jaws attempt to clamp around you, you manage to just pull yourself away, tearing your knees across the teeth, but rolling in opposite directions, right in the place where you were as it bursts out of the ground, just beside you and rights itself around in that direction. As it full body emerges now, you can see its tail flop out of the tunnel it just made with this giant hooked stinger on the end, as it whips off in your direction.
It's got it.
That is going to be a 15 to hit.
That'll miss.
That misses you. As the stinger swings towards you, you manage to just duck out of the way, your eyes trained on it in absolute red fury, and it just whips past your face.
Good and bad.
That ends its turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Is this in front of me?
Right now, you're next to Trinket, and Vex is behind you.
Don't be a dick.
I'm not gonna get it. I brush past Trinket so I can see the worm.
Okay, there, you can see it from that perspective.
Okay, I hold up my cone, my hand cone of clarity, and I will cast Eye Bite, singing to it. Scanlan's eyes are biting you, making you very sick. Oh, Scanlan's eyes are biting you. Scanlan's eyes. All right. So the Eye Bite refers to my eyes. He doesn't need eyes. He doesn't need to be able to see me. I have to be able to see him.
Correct.
It works. Okay. So I'm gonna do sicken.
To sicken it. All right.
Dope.
All right.
I actually know that one. Diving eyes are watching you. They see your every move.
It rolls. This is a wisdom saving throw. It rolls an 8. So yeah, it does not succeed on that.
I know that
takes
one.
Hold. There we go. All right. So as your spell completes, you can see its form contracts for a second, and its head hangs a little less strong as it did previously, and it almost goes slack for a moment from the impact of the spell affecting its physical form. All right. So it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks for as long as it lasts. All right. So you move your action.
I will inspire.
Get away.
Run
Run down the corridor.
I can't wait.
I once knew a bear named Trinket, and would often tell you he stinked. But you were appalled, so you kicked me in the balls, and now I don't say it. I just think it.
Take an inspiration out of you, Vex.
Hey, Matt.
Plus or minus.
We'll see.
Am I able to take a bonus action to like shout something out over comms?
I'll allow it since you held your turn this turn anyways.
Yeah. Everyone should try and get a little bit so I can see you, and I can make us all fly.
What? You can make us fly?
I learned it
Sorry.
today. But you have to be within 30 feet of me.
Oh, big message. Long message.
So precise.
So far away from
No, imagine I said it more succinctly than this.
That's as much as you can get out. First, you're up.
All right, I'm going to head in the direction of the message I just received, so I'm going to crawl around the bottom there.
That's as far as you can
That's
get.
as far as I can get. That's fine. I'm going to take a couple shots. I'm going to with a big gun. I'm going to bad news this. So let's take a shot at that guy. Yeah, that's reasonable range. 5, 10. Yeah, okay. It's not too close.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad. 21.
21 hits.
28 points of damage.
Okay.
Quick reload. Going to get one more shot off, and I'm going to take this one with the sharpshooter effect, just to see how things go.
Sure. With the sharpshooter affecting the Deadeye?
Yep. Yeah, the Deadeye. Or the -5 hit.
Oh, gotcha. Right.
14.
14 does not hit,
Does not
unfortunately.
hit.
As you load the second round, you pull badges in front of you, and you go to fire. The ground actually shakes beneath you. There's a quaking disturbance from the creature, just the atmosphere around you. But as you do, the gun just misfires, and or doesn't actually misfire, it fires off into one of the side elements of the cave, and you hear it ricochet off the rock.
That's what I got.
All right, that's 20 damage. That's something to scoff at.
Great.
All right, Vex, you're up.
Okay. Me and Trinket are gonna. Okay. Will you be able to move forward? Okay. I'm gonna send Trinket up to that little alcove.
I will also say, I like this battle arena. I think that The battle arena itself, I like that there's kind of this long, very straight hallway, little alcove here, some columns here and there, big rock slide, entrances, exits all over the place. I like this layout a lot. This reminds me a lot of there's a common way to make world maps. That was having a moment for a second on TikTok, but it's existed long before TikTok. Of you spill rice over like a sheet of paper, and like you like trace an outline around the rice, and like if there's like single grains, those become like islands and shit. It reminds me a lot of like that sort of structure where like you have, the general rice outline. Maybe these were like little individual grains or like little holes within the rice that you kept in mind. I'd like to see a few more explicit environmental effects. And that is kind of earlier Dop mentioned, like let your players make their evil decisions and fuck with your combats, which I fully agree with. Like there's so much that you could theoretically do here as a player, but I like to try and spark my players' creativity with some small explicit things. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you, Signsep. Thank you very much for the gifted. Welcome, Fanlair. I appreciate it. Sick. I'm sorry. I'm not. I will have to get used to it at some point. But it still throws me. Thank you very much. Anyways, yeah. I like to be able to spark my players' creativity a little bit. I think you could say that, maybe this rubble is kind of a little something or other. I think a very easy example of something to maybe spark your players' creativity is to potentially... I have a membership again. You shouldn't have given me this power. But something that could be very easy for a cave like this is to... I have to leave now, but as a final celebration of European time. I agree. I'm so happy to be able to have more people here. Make it more of a digestible, or not digestible, but more available time. But I think an easy environmental effect that you can introduce here is stalag. What would it be? Tights, right? The ones on the ceiling. You could narrate a bunch of stalactites hanging off the ceiling, and specifically narrate that they look sharp as fuck. That they look very, very sharp, and that immediately, like, to your players, it says, a potential damaging effect, and you could potentially even group it in some open locations. So maybe you draw a little dotted line right here, a little dotted line right there, as explicit areas where there are quite a few of these sharp stalactites that could potentially be dropped by someone. Those sorts of things, just to, again, spark your players' creativity, right? That's only one thing. That's not going to carry a combat by any means. But they see that, they start thinking about some other ways that they can use the combat to their advantage rather than just using their features over and over, which they still might. They still might choose to use their features over and over. But that's the sort of thing that I think about. I always remember tights are up because mites might reach the ceiling. Oh, I see. Fair enough.
Keep running. No, a little further.
That's what's your movement? So 40? Yes, we can go there.
That's as close as you can get to you.
That's fine.
Okay.
6, actually 7, 8. That'd be the
Okay, get him ducked into that little side.
Okay, I'll sit there.
Yeah, like that.
Tricky, stepping on a bit of ice, like, but seems to be okay.
Okay. And then I move forward so I can see him. Right there. Okay.
All right.
And I'm gonna 100 mark him.
Alrighty.
Nice.
And then I'm gonna shoot my longbow of the sky sentinel at him.
Alrighty.
So that I'm gonna shoot an arrow and it divides into 3 arrows and they all turn into storm arrows. So I roll an attack for each one of those. For my first attack. Okay.
As you release the arrow from the actual tension of the bow, as soon as it leaves your fingers, it almost burns the tips as it races into this arrow of pure energy as it divides in the middle of the air. You can see each arrow now sparking off bits of electrical power on its.
Okay, so the first one is a 26.
Hits.
Should I roll damage for that one?
Roll to see how many hit.
The second one is a 29.
Hits. Jesus.
The third one is 20.
20 hits. Yeah, all three.
Okay. Okay, so
This is all happening in less than 6 seconds.
17, 20, 23 for the first arrow.
Damn.
17 for the second one.
Damn.
And then
Lots of Vex arrows.
Feel bad for this thing.
22. 20, what is that? 27 for the third.
Oof, all right. As each arrow sends into its side, you can see portions of its kind of large, chitinous, almost like armored shell crack and break open. You can see now these streams of black worm blood are kind of spilling outside, and it starts shaking in place now in pain.
I'm going to shoot through my blazing bowstring for my second attack.
All right.
Second attack.
Yeah, that's just
was
one attack.
one?
Yeah.
Choose that one
Holy
today.
moly.
25.
5 hits.
Okay.
You have more dice on that dice store.
I know, it's ridiculous. 16, 19, and then an additional D10. So
Yep, a fire damage.
A fire damage. So 25 for the third.
25. Woof. That's a nasty round. Well done.
For the fourth arrow.
As this fourth arrow slams into its side, there's a burst of fire from the impact, and you can see now it's starting to shriek this horrible, high-pitched, kind of multi-toned scream. All right, that ends your turn.
But I rolled a 15 for stealth, not that it probably matters
No,
anymore.
not really. All right.
And then I say very, very still.
Cool. So does Pike. Pike's going to follow in Keyleth's order, spend the round, kind of just keeping in place very quietly. All right, top of the round again. Grog, you're up.
I'll be fine.
I mean, she's gonna do nothing? Ooh, that's tough. I mean, she could Sacred Flame, right? I mean, she could do something. But I understand Matt's hesitation against playing people that aren't there. You know, I understand why, you know, what he's doing. That armor is noisy, my dude. I mean, can she not see him? It seems like everyone in this scene can see the purple worm right now. She doesn't need to do shit other than go whoosh, Sacred Flame, you know? But I get it to a degree. He's kind of just acting like she's not there and is probably going to play her as support focused as he can. I'm going to bed now as it's nearly midnight here, so see you next time. See you later, Ella. See you in the VOD. Thank you for joining.
Fuck it, I'll take Craven Edge out. I hope you're hungry. And I would like to go into a frenzied rage.
All right.
And I would like to attack the first 2 times at the big purple dick that just came out of the ground. All right.
Just, hey, move down a bit so you're not in my way.
Which way?
Fine, I'm
Kill Grog.
No, I can't. I swear.
Grog just charging in.
That's a 23.
23 hits.
20.
20 hits.
Wow, 26.
These are non-good master, right?
The third one I wanted it to be. Should I reroll since I didn't
Reroll didn't say it, yeah.
It's 17.
That misses, unfortunately. But the first 2 do hit. Yeah, you gotta mention that before you do the
I
attack.
do. You're right. 2d6. What do 6s look like? They're squares.
They're squares.
Cubes, really.
Jeez, 3, 8, 16 for the first one.
Alrighty.
And 16 for the second one.
Alrighty. You'll just the DC on the sword attack again. Is it 12?
Oh, yep.
Alright, so it succeeds its first saving throw and succeeds its second saving throw. But you do see each strike.
Fair enough, SSH. Fair enough. And I mean, Vex is a decent hitter because she has a buttload of magic items. I mean, that's just the long and short of it. Which is totally fine, especially if you have someone that wants to, you know, for some reason play. Oh, she's having a bad dream. I thought I heard something else. If you have someone that wants to play PHB Ranger, or just in general, if you have someone that either you as a DM or they have communicated to you that they don't feel like they're doing, you know, as much at the table, I bring it to kind of the group and I say, hey, like, have we all noticed this? Because I don't want a player to come to me and say, hey, I need to be buffed, and then for me to just do it, you know, without consulting everyone else. But if the whole table agrees that they could use a buff, I mean, that fucking Bow of the Lightning Sentinel is a great way to fucking do it. Like, giving them these magic items is a way to buff them out a lot. Guys, I'd love to stay, but I just had a vision. I have to go to the temple and pray. Yeah, exactly, little. And our Lord and Savior Sharpshooter. Well, and our Lord and Savior Sharpshooter, obviously. But that's something she always could have gotten. I think that Bow of the Sentinel, of the Sky Sentinel, is pulling work there.
The intent of the sword to draw some of the strength or life force from the target. Not really making any effect, unfortunately. All right, ending your turn, Grog. That vibration you feel on the ground now, it's curious because the worm itself is out of the ground now.
Oh, no.
Will cause you to lose your shot. You feel it grow stronger and stronger before suddenly nearby.
Oh!
A secondary, different looking but similar in size worm comes bursting out of the base of the
Matthew
cavern.
Mercer.
What?
They're trying to kill us.
We're in trouble.
Right.
He's not going
You can see now as this bursts out, it's similar in size but different. This one has a thicker body. It's a purple and white type exterior, and you can see frozen.
So this is what I'll say. About, like, you know, Matthew Mercer, you're trying to kill us or whatever. When we talked about the Kavarn fight, right? Like, what's his face? Orion was very much like, I thought that Matt was trying to kill us, right? Like, I'm from kind of that era. That's like a historical thing. is I thought Matt was trying to kill us with that encounter, with that beholder. And, you know, they're joking around about him trying to kill us, right? Eve, I don't think that Matt is really running that type of game. Like, I think that death is a possibility within Matt's games, certainly. I think that he presents them with difficult encounters, but I do truly think that every encounter Matt has presented to them, he thinks that there is a success route through it. Now, the way that the dice roll, the decisions that they choose to make, you know, that's a whole different thing. But I think that Matt always thinks that there is a route for successfully defeating the encounter. That said, if you are not Matt and you want to maybe, you know, a very common thing is wanting to run a sandbox type game, right? It's even something that Matt has kind of alluded to before, that his worlds are at least sandbox-esque, or his game is at least sandbox-esque. If you want to have that sort of thing where there are super dangerous monsters out there that will just one-hit your party members, you have to give levels of foreshadowing. Otherwise, I think it sucks. And that is why I really don't think that this, like, you know, I think Laura's fine. You know, she's just freaking out. It's another big, scary monster. That's all good. You want to create that level of fear and anxiety in your players. That's fun. But I don't think, as an outside observer, that this encounter is undefeatable, right? Because if there are undefeatable encounters that there's no way the party can get through, that needs to be foreshadowed. Otherwise, I think it sucks. Like, and this was not foreshadowed. It was foreshadowed the smallest amount, right? Like, it was foreshadowed with, like, this weirdly cylindrical tunnel, and that was it. And I personally, if it is this is an encounter that you definitely can't win, or that you probably even can't win, I think it needs a higher degree of foreshadowing to potentially give them the chance to run or escape or what have you. So that is why I don't think that this is meant to be a deadly encounter. This is meant to be probably a difficult encounter, but not deadly. And if you are running one of those sandbox type games where, you know, a group of level 3s can run into a CR10 or a CR fucking 15, you have to make sure that there is a lot of foreshadowing of danger and a lot of, I would personally say, danger escalation before they get to that point. I don't think you should just be able to go from a level 3 area, like a CR3 monster, to a CR15. There should be a danger gradient there. And if they want to get through that, then they should have to, like, actively choose that repeatedly. A player always assumes there's a way to defeat an encounter. Players find this incorrect in very dramatic ways in your on your home games. Yeah. Like, and that is, like, sometimes the solution to an encounter is to run away from it. But I've seen all too often on, like, am I the asshole type posts where it's like, I told them that I was running a sandbox game and that there are things out there that might kill them. And, you know, I narrate this creature that sounds really scary and they didn't run away from it. Like, now they're calling me the asshole for TPKing them. It's like, you need more than just scary narration once the combat starts to push players towards thinking that this is a runaway scenario, right? I think that most players will assume that there is a way through unless you give them repeated warnings or repeated description that hedge them towards running away from it.
Mist is just emanating from the outside of its open jaws.
Running isn't a VM specialty. Well, I think that that's because most time they don't need to. Really. I think most of the time they truly don't need to run away from it. Matt makes difficult encounters, but he doesn't make encounters that they absolutely have to run away from.
What?
At least not often.
This one made the dude frozen.
Do you think they're doing it?
This one?
Maybe one's a baby.
As this one rears back, it opens its jaw, and a burst of cold air and ice shards come spraying out of its mouth.
Look at this cone you
getting
have.
towards these. Actually, we get the other one too.
You mean grog, you mean?
Yes,
Alright,
please,
so
the other worm.
I need a Constitution saving throw from Grog and Vax.
I want to do an evasion. That's an area effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's make a Constitution saving
All
throw.
right. Do I do the dex save first or?
Not dex save. Constitution save.
Oh, it's not an area effect. All right. What do you say? Oh, 20.
Hey!
21.
21. All right, good. So
Saving throw, right? Constitution.
Constitution saving throw. So read your ability real fast. Does it affect only dex saves?
Evasion on dex save. I've written an abbreviated version of this.
Yeah.
It's area effects. If it's like fireball or anything that's in an area.
Right, but I think it may specify whether or not.
What do you want me to do?
I'm just looking it up right now. Give me a second.
All right. Oh, I have danger sense. I have plenty of face saving throws.
You do. It's not dexterity. It's Constitution.
I mean, come on, dude. Like, okay. Liam, my man. He is asking you to clarify the rule because he wants to make sure that he's not fucking you on this. I understand if you have an abbreviated version on your sheet, but maybe have a longer version on a different sheet, or just get out the fucking rule book. Come on, Liam. Don't get all whooping you on it. Come on.
Oh, but you know what? I have a really good dexterity.
Evasion. Yep, dexterity saving throw. So this doesn't affect this attack. Sorry. All right. So you both take half damage, as does the creature.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're just almost dead.
We're just mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
It's a lot of rolling.
He's only rolling a
Still
D2. He's rolling a D2.
All right. That's 40 points of damage half. That's 20 points of cold damage to each of you and the purple worm.
40 or 20?
20 to half.
Holy shit.
20.
It's just 40 points.
Can I do uncanny on this new round on uncanny or not?
fucking around.
It does not come back to your turn, so no.
Got it. 20.
We're gonna die.
No, good shot.
All right. Now it's Keelan's turn.
Okay.
Elena!
Here's what I want to try to do. I'm gonna try and hope to God I can get everyone in here. I want
that's
to.
an overall.
Oh wait, I'm trying to fucking point.
Yeah, don't point at the screen. Point it at the actual map.
I'm a dumbass.
That's okay.
I want to try and go like 5, 10, 15. Can I go through Grog through there?
You can try it again.
You're gonna go past the
around?
worm though.
No, she's gonna
That's
get
his
it.
one.
Can I go there? Wait, back closer to the. I want to be able to try and can I see Scanlan and stuff over
You
there?
can see Scanlan. You can see pretty much everybody but Trinket from this perspective, and you can't see Pike.
Shit.
All right.
I thought I was helping.
Everyone I guess who's within 30 range of me, I'm gonna do like a wind blast, and we all turn into poofy cloud versions of ourselves.
Which one is this?
Wind walk.
Bubble cloud.
Poofy cloud.
Windwalk.
So as I like run past Grog, I kind of brush his shoulder, and he turns into a mist form, and I turn into a mist form, and then I blast it out,
Everybody's
and
mist form.
everyone's mist form.
All right, cool. So while in this form, you guys can you have flying speed of 300 feet. You have resistance to non-magical weapons. You can only dash.
We can't attack.
Can't attack.
Oh, you can't attack?
No.
It's okay, you did it.
Or you can take a minute to revert your form, but as of right now, all you guys
All of
currently,
us?
you're everyone within 30
I'm
feet,
not within 30 feet.
which is.
So,
Fuck. I thought we
You
could
can see within range. You can't see Pike. Now you gotta read the spell. Does not affect Trinket. You can't see Trinket. Doesn't affect you guys. Scanlan is just out of range.
Fuck.
No, Scanlan's just out of range. Yeah.
Ah.
So Vex and Scanlan, you're in effect. You watch half the party turn into these gaseous forms.
Oh my god, the worms have turned us all
a
into...
minute. You've left us stranded. We're gonna die.
No, we're still there.
I can't attack you, so
It takes a minute to revert to your actual form to be able to do
Yeah,
any
that
sort
was
of
gonna be
attack.
way cooler. If we could still.
Turn is like.
I'm in
Sorry.
I got the plans.
It was a 6th level spell.
I know,
I've done that.
I know.
I've done
It's
that.
okay.
Read the spell.
It's so good. It was
Thanks,
so
guys.
good.
I feel so validated. Thank you.
All right.
She just learned it yesterday.
I did just learn it yesterday.
Max, it's your turn.
This is okay. Yeah, yeah. This is probably the most player doesn't know what their spell does ever. All right, look. This is one of those moments where I when we were closer to Orion having left, I was giving Matt a little bit more grace on this. But this is one of those things where I don't know. I'm not I'm fine with like, hey, like you need to fucking read your spell. Yeah, certainly. But I'm not going to basically have a player forcibly take away everyone else's actions when they didn't even mean to. Like, this is a very classic thing as a DM where I say, like, hey, this would mean that they can't attack. Are you sure? And then they say, like, yes or no. I don't... there's an aspect of like, yeah, you said it out loud, you're committing to it. Like, you can't just, say random shit out loud. But this is so detrimental that I think Matt's being he's being harsh. Also, yeah, this sets every player onto that one player and the whole community. Yeah, I mean, if it was a case where, hey, you didn't, like, even the very infamous fireball moment, right? This is actually kind of relatively similar to the fireball moment with Orion, where like didn't like read his spell, didn't clarify. But even that, like Orion and Matt like had like a miscommunication and they went forward with it. But that was just damage, right? Like she is taking away a select few of the party's abilities to basically participate in the combat. Like, that is, if she doesn't know that's what that's doing, I don't think it's fair to like force her to keep that. Like that's way too rigid. That's way too fucking I don't know. Best combat in CR history. Liam was probably like this because he's going through some things at this point in the campaign, so I'm a little lenient on how he is in these episodes. Yeah, and that's totally fair, Deadly. That's fair. And it also sets the whole community on her of like she ruined the combat. Like, I like to, as a DM, like if a player fully understands the extent of their actions and still wants to go forward with them, that's totally fine. Like, I'm fine with letting her do this if she understands what she's doing. And I agree, like, hey, you gotta read your spell. But there is a line of grace there of, like, if it is like, oh, you have to read your spell, like, essentially this spell fizzles. If we want to, like, I don't believe in in-game punishments for out-of-game behavior, which I would say not reading your spell is out-of-game behavior. I just fundamentally don't believe in like punishing players or punishing player characters for the behavior of their players. I just don't believe in it. But even if you want to punish like Keyleth or give Marisha some sort of in-game punishment for not having read her stuff, make the spell fizzle. Like, be like, oh, you realize what it's doing, and at the last second, pull the effect back. And so the effect doesn't go through, but she's wasted her action and her 6th level spell slot. Like, if you really want to make an in-game punishment for it, do that. Because then she hasn't fucked over other players. She hasn't taken away their abilities unwittingly. She's just wasted her 6th level spell slot. Hey, read your spells. I think that's okay. But this is way too far. I don't know. This is also one of the moments that really made the internet hate Marisha because she didn't know her spell. Which, I mean, they're fucking, it's Druid. They're still relatively new to the system. And yeah, read your fucking spells. Like yeah, that's very fair. Read your fucking spells. Liam, read your abilities. Like, you know, there's that level of like, honestly, going back to what I was talking about during the recap of D&D being a very segmented game, like there are not nearly as many common rules that players interact with during combats and during, you know, these out of combat situations. So you need to read your spells. You need to read your features. Like that is kind of a cornerstone of D&D as a system, where like most players do not share features with you. Unlike something like City of Mist or Blades in the Dark, right? Blades in the Dark, you have maybe one feature, you know, per level that is unique to you, maybe. Whereas most everything else you share, you're just varying levels of proficient at what you're doing. Whereas, you know, D&D is very segmented off. So yes, you need to know your shit. But also as a DM, you do not need to force that behavior this hard. Like, this is crazy harsh. Matt is also, I woke, Matt and Marisha def had a fight about dishes in the sink. I woke up this morning and somehow know a new spell, Druid after level up. I learned this new spell, but not what it does. Critical Role. Yeah, which I mean, and maybe that is a level of like, oh, you've never tried this spell before. If you didn't read it, if you didn't pay attention while you were learning it, like, I'm not going to, like, maybe that actually does speak to some in fiction thing, but it's so harsh that I don't think the value is good. Matt is also likely being harsh because we're still in post-Orion and pay too much attention to chat era. We are, but I think we're well enough removed from it. We're several weeks removed at this point. I'm like, I gave Matt leniency on that for another Marisha moment, actually, where Matt was during the when she kind of popped off about figuring out that it was Ripley. You know, I gave Matt a level of leniency there because we were still pretty close to Orion, but I feel like we're far enough away at this point, honestly, that I don't know if I can continue giving him that leniency. 1, she should know her spell. 2, punishing her in this way isn't fun, interesting, and lowers the vibes. I think that's a great... Chatters are always so much more concise than me. That's a great way to put it, Sputnik. Yeah, she should know her spell, but this method of punishing her is not fun, interesting, and it, absolutely shoots the vibe in the foot. Liam has some problem player tendencies while simultaneously being one of the best players. I feel that. Yeah. At the kindergarten of a table like that, it is really hard to read and properly get what your spell is. You need to be super chill, like Sam, for example. Yeah, I mean, I'll defend Marisha all day long for this one. It also has a 1-minute cast time. It does, Rainbow? So, I mean, that's another layer of things of the player needs to know their spell, but if the DM is going to do that, if the DM is going to like be enforcing things that the player didn't realize, they need to make sure that they understand everything. Yeah, there's a bunch of unfortunate layers here. It's all very, very unfortunate. Not knowing evasion only applies to Dex is an extremely specific thing, though. It kind of is. I don't know that I would say it's that specific. I would actually say that that it would kind of be the assumption within the name. If I was, if you just told me that there's an evasion feature and that it helps you evade AoE attacks, like that sounds like a Dex-based ability. So, but either way, he should know it. She should know it. I wouldn't, come after him. Also, the spell looks pretty good when you first read it. Like, I bet she stopped at the speed increase and that was it without understanding. Yeah, probably. Yeah. And that spell is actually really good in certain scenarios, just not this one. Oh, totally. Yeah. Also, she clearly did read it. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how it generally works. Clearly, she just misread it, which blaming someone for is silly to me. I agree, Rainbow Dragon. And that's the thing is, it's like, if you are again, regardless of what's happening, I think I come back to, I don't believe in punishing players for out of game behavior. That should be an interpersonal thing between you guys. But if you were going to, there are much more like soft and lenient ways to still punish her. Like, you could easily still punish her for this and like have it feel fine in a way that's not nearly this tough. Matt misread the spell. Yeah. Something about how long. Yeah, Groinhead, exactly. Yeah, Rainbow Dragon mentioned that earlier. Exactly. I think Matt was probably encouraged to be a hard ass by the community, agreeing with his treatment of Marisha. Probably, yeah. I mean, that is very possible, especially with how giant their community is at this point. Like, there's going to be a large contingent of people who both agree and disagree with you when your community is this large. Like, when I have someone that disagrees with me or people that agree with me, it is still, like, on the number of literal individuals, it is relatively small. But for how big their community is, every time you do something, every time he's a hard ass, you're going to have dozens of people just by nature of how big the community is, not even really having to do with their makeup, which, we also know the actual makeup of the community had some issues at this point. But regardless of that, you're going to have a substantial fraction of it be every opinion. And so that means you're going to have like dozens of people tweeting at you and mentioning you and agreeing or disagreeing. It's still early. See our actual play. Yeah, true. Very, very true. Just conjecture. I think it's possible the previous turn with Liam's skills and snapping at Matt, maybe Matt made Matt a little less forgiving. Could be. Yeah, very much could be, Sputnik. Yeah. Can I use my evasion to avoid the AoE cringe? Yeah, kind of. She gets more harsh treatment, so people don't think she's getting DM's girlfriend treatment. I certainly know that is a factor. I'm sure that is a factor in the back of Matt's mind. And so, regardless of why it's happening, it's kind of like, looking at the recap and being like, I don't think that recap sufficiently built up the narrative ramp. I think recaps can, but like some DMs just have off days. Like, I think that this is improper treatment of a player, but sometimes DMs have off days or there are external factors. You know, it just happens. I don't think it's indicative of like, you know, Matt's internal shit. There are all sorts of factors that can affect that. I felt the most bad for Marisha considering what she gets wrong in moments like this. It's so crazy the negative response rate she gets, although sadly not entirely surprising. Yeah. And I think the big thing about this one is, again, players have fucked up before. I go back to the fireball example. Like that Orion situation was one where, you know, I was pretty consistently critical of Orion, but that was one where I again thought that Matt was being a little bit too harsh. I would have probably let him undo it. And there's, you know, there's always going to be that level to it, but even that situation was people just taking a bunch of damage. It was not making people unable to act for 10 rounds. I mean, that is just ludicrously harsh.
And I'm made of wind.
You're made of wind. You can move, and you can dash, or you can begin to revert if you like.
I can begin to revert, so it's a minute-long process that I have to consciously decide, and I know this.
You get the feeling that if you want to return, it'll take you a while, so you don't really know what to do with your form.
I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
I'm
Maybe
going
try.
to use disengage, and I'm going to fart over towards my sister and Pike. And
Wait,
Not
I'm
disengage, you can only dash in this
I'm
form.
in
I'm
completely
going
different.
to dash towards my
He's
sister and
sloping
Pike.
now.
Pike is on the other side.
You two
Me
are
and
right.
Scanlan.
Oh, Scanlan on the back side.
So you move over.
Sure, not all short people look alike.
You dash over here. That guy's going to go ahead and take an attack opportunity.
Good, but he has
on you,
disadvantage,
you're going to have disadvantage technically because you all of a sudden stop moving and it just kind of hears the sound. Roll 3, yeah,
Here's the wind blowing.
which past you with its mouth biting at nothing.
I want to land and then start thinking, God, I wish I was not made of fire.
Well, also, the thing, Albie, is that druids are prepared casters, so she has access to her entire spell list at all times. You know, I mean, you know, per long rest. Whereas bards, I believe. Oh no, now I'm wondering. No, yeah, because that's ancient secrets. I believe bards are known casters. Bards are not prepared casters, to my memory. So Scanlan's going to have a static selection of spells, whereas she has the entire druid list all the time. So she has to just be aware of so many more spells than Scanlan does. Bards are known. Okay, yeah. That's so. Mega hates bards confirmed. Well, yeah. So I mean that is legitimately just a harder like caster to play, and she has to keep track of all of her animal stat blocks. I mean, fucking. It's crazy. It is crazy how difficult of a class druid is, but to that end, I think that they are one of the like, if you're at a like war gamey type table, I think the druids are one of the best classes, like most powerful, like per level, you know, just like band for band. But they are incredibly complicated. And part of the reason that they're so complicated is because they have insane flexibility, and that flexibility is one of the things that makes them so good. So it's tough. Druid and Cleric are prepared. Everyone else in the PHB are known. Got it. Really? Ranger is known. For some reason, I thought there was someone else who was prepared. I thought it was like Paladin is prepared. But that makes sense. Anyways, you can tell the spell has a longer cast time since having a 1-minute deactivation would be very abnormal. Yeah, totally. Very abnormal. Druids are good at every level, 1,000%. Druid is the worst beginner class. Oh, yes. I mean, it is a high complexity, high flexibility class. And that like level of flexibility is why they are so good. But that flexibility also makes them so much more difficult than really anyone else. I would agree with you that Druid is and worst is a tough one, but I think it is probably the most difficult for a new player to like grasp and play and learn. Yeah. Wizards are known-ish. Yeah. Well, so wizards are prepared, but from what you know, wizards are weird, right? They are known, but they have a giant list, you know, that's bigger than most that they can prepare from. They're like half known, half prepared. It's weird. Yeah, they also aren't simply do X damage or heal X amount. That's very true as well, Rainbow. So beyond all of the complexity of the class itself, the actual like nature spells that they have access to probably only have comparable complication to like Wizard. But anyways, but what if they are of the coast?
And start trying to undo whatever this is.
Okay. So 10 rounds later, you will be a physical.
10
entity.
rounds.
A minute.
Dispel magic.
It's a minute.
Wait, are you okay? Can I see him? Can I shoot through?
You can't shoot through him. He'll take half damage.
No, I'm crouching.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
I'm crouching.
misformed.
You know, we could like use this to our advantage and like get the fuck away, and so I don't, feel like I just wasted a 6th level spell.
No,
Just want to say.
Fog of war, man. Fog of war.
Do you have dispel magic, Scanlan?
Wow, that would have been great.
Sorry.
Watch me work.
Really
Watch me
okay.
What
work.
do you do?
Watch me work.
All
I
right.
technically do. Fuck
You can
that.
float up to the ceiling and attack from high.
I did learn Dispel Magic, but
Dispel your own shit.
no. Figure out. Make it work for yourselves, assholes. That was a 6th level spell.
Did
Goddammit.
you make yourself miss as well?
Yeah, it's 10
she
people.
can't cast a spell miss form either.
Oh, well, shit out of luck.
You can only,
How does that feel?
only take the dash
Wow,
action in
who's left?
reverse. So who's left currently? That finishes Vax's turn.
All right, everyone who's a cloud.
Man, what are they going to do? Yeah, I like the rest of the players are kind of trying to keep in good spirits, but even that that really sheepish sorry, I think if you're feeling like that as a DM, you gotta reconsider, like that was the I feel like a dick, not, ooh, I'm so evil. Like, I think that there is a level, like, when you're a DM of ooh, dastardly, like, they're falling into my trap and I'm so clever. And, there's that level. And sometimes even in those situations, you're still being a dick. But if you feel to this level like you're being a dick, you probably are. And you probably need to reevaluate what's going on. Oh, man, Scanlan's got this. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, all of this has to feel crappy. She also doesn't know she can just drop the spell at any time, but for now she wants to not feel like she wasted. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
We're floating back to Amon. Let's go. Right now. I can show you.
I thought we could still attack. It would be way dope because we'd be like.
That would be dope, but that would be way too powerful a spell for 6th level. This is more of a means of travel spell or means of escape
Let's
spell.
solve the
Like,
problem.
we can
Let's solve it.
escape, but
All right,
half
so
the party is still not able to
at
escape.
this point,
If you
this
don't move, they'll go away.
this creature now having been hit by the terrifying eye bite spell, its inside's kind of turning and the impact damage it's taken. It's looking like it's had a harsh round last turn. As all the movement around suddenly vanishes and there's no general movement, the only last thing it recalls, its vicinity is still shifting. The heartbeat across the ground is you, Scanlan, as it bursts around right in front of you. It brings its jaw down over the top with disadvantage. That's natural 20, so thank God it has disadvantage. 19.
I'm
Okay.
gonna use cutting words.
Okay.
To try and not have it hit me.
Okay. So
I'll sing. Do you really want to hurt me? Do you really want to bite my body? Okay,
all right, that is go to roll d10 to reduce that attack.
This one?
Say 19
Wait,
plus
that's yours. Why am I
9
doing
is 28 is what it rolls total.
28 is what it rolled.
It rolled a 19 on the dice.
I can't do it. When I rolled a 10, I couldn't do anything. I rolled a 3.
So as you're singing this, its jaw comes down on you, bites down painfully onto Scanlan for
I haven't heard of that song or Culture Club.
dice.
Shut up, Talcum.
19 points of piercing damage. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Great hopes.
Okay, dexterity saving throw. Yeah, sure, that's 5.
Oh no.
Those of you who are watching, you see his mouth comes on Scanlan, and as it pulls away, Scanlan is nowhere in sight, having been swallowed by the purple worm.
Oh shit!
You are blinded and restrained. Yep, you are currently, you see darkness, and you feel the muscles constricting as your fourth down its throat, as your feet splash into what seems to be some sort of highly acidic liquid that resides in the inside of his body.
Tell me this, Dungeon Master.
Yes.
Earlier when I had done my eye bite thing, I had my cone up here. When he grabbed
And again, like thinking through this, right? Like part of D&D is the vibes. It's the feel. And if you're thinking through a ruling as a dungeon master, right? Like how harsh to be. Like I'm not going to reiterate everything I've said, right? But when you're thinking about like the harshness of that ruling, especially again for an out of game behavior, of her not understanding that, right? If she had understood correctly, things that she should have understood, she would have done something different. Absolutely, confirmed. If Scanlan dies because of that, that feels trash. That feels really shit. And like, I am not against player death. I'm not against player death at all. I've almost TPK'd my party before. Like they absolutely found a way out of it, which was awesome. But it was something that they made choices at every step of the way. I asked them afterwards. They felt that I had foreshadowed it correctly, and like they just made choices. And I'm sure that that's how. I'm sure that there will be a character that dies within the 3 campaigns of Critical Role, right? And I hope that they die because of very tough combats or very hard puzzles or, times when it felt like they made choices and they're just experiencing the consequences of those choices. I think that is when death can feel okay. If Scanlan died because of this, like, didn't read my spell mistake, that's just utter trash. I think that's bad from a show perspective. I think it's bad from a game perspective. Even if it's, you know, she committed to it, it's raw, you know, blah, blah, blah. It kind of doesn't matter if it feels trash, you know. Raw, can you drop spells on command that are not concentration? I actually don't know. I think if it's concentration, you can drop them on command, but I don't know if this spell is concentration or not. I think otherwise it might have to have a feature that says that. If someone asked me at my table, I would have to look it up, because I think you cannot. I think you can either drop concentration or you can drop a spell if it specifically says you can. Otherwise, you cannot. But if someone asked me at my table, I would look it up because I'm super uncertain. 1 minute spell is 10 rounds. Casting required concentration, but it's not a concentration spell, so it requires something like a dispel to cancel. There you go. I'm against player death, but Toad's okay with character death. All right, Paradessa, egg squeeze me. Fair enough. You're right. I forgot it's not concentration. Yeah. I never killed a player yet. All right, everybody. Not concentration. Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's another consideration. Is like, even if someone thinks, like, let's assume that there's a level of miscommunication on the level of Fireball, where Matt says something to the degree of they won't be able to attack or they won't be able to take actions. And for some reason, Keyleth misunderstands, right? Or not Keyleth, Marisha. Marisha misunderstands that communication. Going through with that as a DM, like, you have to think about the risk there of like, okay, if we go through with this, like, I want to make it really clear what you're doing and like make it really clear what the consequences of it are. Like, I would, if she still said yes, even after I said like, oh, you can't take actions, you can't attack in this form, I would go through and I would be like, hey, Marisha, are you understanding that it will only get some of them and it will take them a minute to drop it, so they will not be able to participate in the combat, and some people won't be turned into mist and will probably get focused by the monsters? Like, I would spell it out that explicitly. And then, honestly, if they still say yes, if Marisha's like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, and I still want to do it. Then at that point, that's on them. But I'm a big believer in I want to do what the players want to do. And if I think that a player is doing something that, like, based on my understanding as a DM, they would not want to do, I will go through until I understand why they're doing it or they understand why it's a bad idea. Specifically to avoid this kind of thing. If you die in the game, you die in real life. I don't think that applies in this case since she duped them in terms of what would happen, but it has to be willing creatures. Also, most combat spells have a 1 action casting time. A lot of out of combat are 1 minute. Yeah, no. All right.
Grab me. Was the cone still close to my mouth?
Sure, we'll say that. However, I do need you to make a concentration check because of the damage you sustained on this.
Okay, concentration check. Concentration? I never rolled for concentration.
I know, I'm trying to keep up on that more now.
I have advantage on concentration spell.
Because of your feat you took.
God, there you go. Well, that wasn't good either. So one was a 5 and one was a 10. Do I add anything to that?
All right, so you've got a Constitution saving throw, and you're trying, and half the damage you took, so you're trying to be a 9.
So 12.
So 12. So yes, you see. So you currently, even though you're constrained, you're still maintaining your eye bite spell against the purple worm.
Okay.
All right. So that ends the worm's turn. Scanlan, it is now your turn.
Great. I don't want to be in here anymore.
Correct.
Can't look around. It's dark. It seems
Very
cozy.
dark.
It seems nicer than outside right now. Dip my finger in the acid.
Not fun.
So I'm gonna make him barf me up.
All right.
So
Actually, it was sick, right?
So
It's sickened for everybody. Spell fading, but yeah.
I'm going to cast at level 5 Thunderwave
Okay.
Woo!
with my hand cone.
Fucking
in my
explode him from the
Explode him from the
inside.
inside.
All right, Thunderwave. So at 5th level, that would be okay. So an additional 4d8. That is 6d8 thunder damage.
Holy shit.
Where's the
Make a
deuce?
Constitution saving throw.
Come on, Armageddon this
That is
Whatever,
a
function.
16 on the saving throw.
19.
All right, so that being the
Here's
case.
a mace. Pass them back when you're done.
Okay. Oh wait, these are yours.
So
Okay.
6d8.
What's that? I've already lost count. 15 plus 7. Whatever that is.
22 points.
Wait, 68. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It booms from the inside, and you can see like the central part of the worm kind of go out like a cartoon as this bit of kind of smoke emanates from its mouth. You just the sheer force of it forces you a little ways up its throat, but not enough to jettison yourself out of its body. Its muscles are too strong, and you feel like you need to do a little more damage to it from the inside to be able to escape.
Okay. But it did hurt it. Yes.
It hurt it, yeah.
Okay.
It took some damage. And at this point as well, you feel your body being pulled inward and crushed by the muscles.
Wonderful.
Percy, you're up, Mr. Mistborn.
Okay, these creatures have no eyes.
Correct.
I'm made of smoke.
Okay.
Yes, well established.
As long as we're all clear here, what's going on? That's fine.
Nice haiku.
And I can just dash.
All you can do, or begin to try and revert, which will take 10 rounds.
And can I still move around and do things while I'm trying to revert, or is it reverting? Am I just stuck? Reverting.
You know, that's a good question.
Can I just make the
You can
decision?
still move around. You just have concentration towards it.
I don't have a concentration on reverting.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I'm
You
gonna.
use your action to begin to revert your formula.
I can have to use my.
However, nope. Reverting takes a minute, during which time the creature is incapacitated and can't move. So yeah, so currently,
he's really
so in
married.
order,
So to get
took me 10 seconds to read it.
so to get out of this form, we have to stop and like meditate in one position for a
Exactly.
full minute.
Yes.
What does it dissipate without doing that? How long does it take?
8 hours.
8 hours. Good.
Wait, no, no.
Just kill it.
Oh no, yeah, right.
Can't you just kill it? Wait a second. Hold on a
Yeah,
second.
can we not kill it at all? I can't kill it?
Not if you're in wind form, no.
Question. Can I switch to an animal form?
You cannot take any other action aside from dash or reverting when in this form.
Can I dash into one of the creatures?
Why would you do that?
I mean, you could try to. You would surround it with smoke. It wouldn't do any
It
damage.
wouldn't know that I was there. It
You
wouldn't.
can either dispel it or you can flee.
Okay, well, I had the thought of maybe I
You
can
can spell
attempt to get them to attack each other.
Try to.
I mean, that can be attempted. How are you going to do that? No, you can't talk in this form. What are you trying to do?
I'm attempting to tap them to get them to think that there's something happening where the worms are to get them.
Like a Three Stooges thing.
Like the Three Stooges.
So you swirl this way as a dash and attempt to make an impact. I'll say go ahead and make a strength check.
Really?
Yes, with disadvantage and a serious penalty
Are you
because you're
inside?
missed. Go for it.
Natural 20, motherfucker.
Okay, roll again. It's disadvantage.
Here come the one.
Maybe I know we've been arguing a lot lately, but I'm like, no, I take it all back. Take it all back. I'm gonna buy you something so nice. I'm gonna buy you ice cream. I'm gonna buy you good ice cream. I'm gonna go to Scoops. 3, motherfucker. Which brings me to 4.
All right. As the coalition mist of Percy batters itself helplessly and ineffective against the body of the giant frost worm-like creature, seeming to no effect as it's now keeping itself attentive on what is nearby and within its range.
I will use an action surge.
Yeah, honestly, the spell is relatively straightforward. And like I understand why, you know, it's like only it's really not that long. Like Keyleth definitely should have read down, or Keyleth Marisha definitely should have read down to the third sentence. But I mean, yeah, they're missing this casting time now that they're being super rules lawyer about that. They totally missed this. This is just tough. There's not even much else to say about it. This is fucking tough. Thank you, Alice. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much.
And start turning.
Dallison is doing his best. They really are trying to figure out something to do here.
Well, you can continue to use your movement. You only move the
Oh,
short.
I'm gonna move behind it then.
Right.
Like that way.
Right.
Well, I mean like far away from it.
Far away from- okay.
And then I'm going to use an action surge.
It does attempt to take an attack opportunity as it just feels you rush by. No, it misses roll 2.
That's what it feels like.
All right. So then your turn.
Yeah. That
All right, Vex, you're up.
Cool.
Rex, you and me, babe. All we gotta do is last 10 rounds. Of course, all you hear is.
I know, I gotta save you.
Trinkets there too.
I know.
I'll make the save to see if I maintain itself. That would be a no. I rolled a 10. It's -2 on its wisdom save, so it still has disadvantage on its attacks.
Okay. All right. Are there any stalactites coming from the ceiling?
There are actually. There's a number of them. This cavern has, I mean, in the general vicinity, there's a whole mess of them above from just the natural formation of it.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot conjure barrage at the ceiling.
Okay.
And try to, you know.
Fucking me and Laura. All right. Fuck yeah, dude. Bit of how does he do it? All right. I mean, look, and to Dop's point, you let the players do creative, silly things, but that is exactly like you give like 1 or 2 things to your characters or to your players to encourage and spark that creativity. But so sick though, so sick. Like reading a news headline and forming a deeply entrenched opinion on a nuanced topic. Just know you're gonna want to keep watch because a lot happens during this fight. Delightful. How does he do it?
Create noise away from us.
Whereabouts?
How about towards the ceiling above the frostworm?
Over there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, okay.
Oh, that is a good point.
The creature is the philosopher is kind of in the way to hit that angle, so you may have to move to do so.
But it would have, we wouldn't be in this point.
Wait, which way could I shoot that he would not be in the way?
You can. I mean, you have to probably move this way to get around him. Just to kind of in this angle, because it's a large entity.
It's a large entity, but how large is this cavern? I mean, if it's a dragon's lair, I'm picturing the fucking ceilings like 100 feet up or some shit. You know, I'm picturing them real fucking high for a dragon lair. I mean, and it's only, well, it's probably huge. The purple worm is probably huge, right? So maybe it blocks it a little bit, but I don't know. Especially, all right, this is what I'll tell you. If you're, hey, what's up? What's up? You're a DM. You've maybe fucked up a little bit. You've maybe been a little bit too harsh, but you don't support fudging your dice rolls. No shame in that. Whatever. That's all good. I would look for every opportunity to not screw over your players. I would look for every opportunity to say yes. Be like, yeah, it's gargantuan, whatever. You see this, regardless of how big the purple worm is, you know, it's coiling, it's wreathing. You might be able to thread the needle on the shot. I would need a dex check or an acrobatics check or a sleight of hand check or something. And you, the DM, make it like a fucking 5. Make it something super duper easy. And so they feel super cool. They thread the needle through the purple worm. They get exactly what they want without having to move. I mean, because we're all going to do this. We're all, as DMs, going to draw ourselves into a corner, and we're going to make a call that maybe we're not proud of in retrospect. Like, it fucking happens. If you realize that you have done that, or even if you don't, if the players are in a bad way, if they are in a bad situation, I look for every single opportunity to be kind to them and to be absolutely as generous as I can be. Because I don't even think he's established the height of the ceilings yet. Like, saying that purple worm blocks it and you have to move, like, I don't know. That seems, again, like maybe a perfectly fine ruling in isolation, but in regards to the scene, I'd be more generous. I think he could be doubling down to show everyone is getting equal judgment. Sure. That's tough. And I mean, maybe that's, you know, part of the thing about being a streamed show and it being, and, you know, you having to keep that sort of judgment or whatever. But it's not necessarily that I want to give other people different judgment, but it's like, hey, your guys are in a bad situation, you know, and this is an unclear ruling. Like, it's unclear whether or not this thing is actually blocking the ceiling. Like, maybe it's clear in Matt's head, but I think it's a little shaky if you had to ask me. I'd be generous. Skipped to scoot. If only Tiberius were here to help aim the shot. You can see the fear and confusion in Travis's eyes because dude can't attack now. What do I do? Is Craven Edge going to be like, I can get us out of this, sire? And fucking Craven Edge allows him to slice through the mist and tear himself out of the void. That'd be so sick, by the way. I don't think it'll happen, but holy shit. But yeah, all we really need is a telekinesis from Orion to really, you know, just absolutely put this combat in the ground.
What you got?
I'm going to move as quietly as I can around towards that little crevice.
Okay. Go ahead and make a general dexterity check.
Pardon me.
Just add my dexterity to it. 17?
17. Okay. As you move past, stepping as gingerly as you can see it kind of like kind of moves its face in the direction where you're going, but you just managed to move beyond.
Oh, look at how sad Marisha looks. That fucking sucks, dude. I will say you want to evoke a lot of emotions. And you know, this is probably the last I'll say, like, specifically about this. You want to evoke a lot of emotions. Fear, good emotion. Sadness, you know, sorrow, good emotions to evoke. Like there's reasons that people go and see sad movies, go and watch things like that. This is not the kind of emotion you want to evoke. And if you see that you are evoking this emotion, you need to reconsider. You either need to have, a conversation with that player, you need to change something in your DMing, like something has to change if you're seeing that sort of emotion. There are ways you're okay with players feeling bad while playing. This is not one of those ways. Yeah. There are certain emotions you want to evoke. Stress, fear, nervousness. Like, those can all be fun. In Matt's case, fire flowers. Yeah. But this is not one of those emotions. This is not the type of emotion you want to evoke.
On where it thought you were, and it misses you as you move by.
Okay.
So now you have visual on it.
Okay, so now I want to conjure barrage at the ceiling, above the frost one.
Okay, so conjure barrage up here.
Yeah.
Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay.
Twang.
That is 3d8, I guess. Okay. 14.
Whoa.
14 plus 5. What's 14 plus 5? 19.
19 damage. All right. And with that, you release a blasting torrent of arrows at the ceiling. This giant cone blast. It strikes into the ceiling through the force of the magical bow that you're holding. You can see a number of rocks and bits and pieces begin to chip off, and a few small stalactites going to crack and plummet downward. That's going to be. I need a make a dex save from Grog and Keyleth.
Huh? Dex save?
Dex save.
We still take damage this one, right?
You do. You take half damage from non-magical sources.
Is it regular dexterity save or do we get advantage because you're Misty?
Yeah, receive resistance to non-magical weapons.
So do we have advantage?
No, you just take half damage because you're missing.
I don't think I made my dexterity check.
All right, what did you roll?
A 2.
A 2? Okay.
I have advantage on
Nice.
Danger sense.
Also, fucking crazy that the spell only gives you resistance. Fucking wild. I mean, yeah, it's being able to give them all flying speed. It's a traversal mechanic. It's a great mechanic for dungeons, for traversing through long distances like forests, or because they have a flying speed of 300 feet. Like, you can wind walk everybody and not teleport, but essentially teleport to the next town. But woof, that they only have resistance. That is tough. The sped up battle music is so fun. I love the battle music. I want to hear what it's like slowed down, because I don't think I've ever heard it at its normal speed. Wait, let's see.
On dexterity saving throws.
Awesome. There you go. Remember that.
Total of 20.
There you go. All right, so that is a total of 7 damage to Keyleth.
7?
Halved to 4 because you're in mist form.
Dude, it feels like they are talking through molasses.
7 damage to the frostworm.
7 damage because
of the
stalactites?
Yep, that fell on it. And
Oh, I can't hear the music anymore. Dang it. I'll slow it down next time. That's crazy.
4 damage to you.
I'm gonna look over at Trinket and I'm gonna go.
Actually, no damage to you because you dodged out of the way.
I'm gonna go like this, Trinket, and I'm gonna shoot another arrow. And I can't do the same thing. I'm just gonna shoot an arrow at the ceiling right above the frost thing, and I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Okay.
Okay. Oh god, that didn't do anything. Well, I was hitting a stalactite, which is totally still. So it was 13.
13. Because of your half of eyes, you'll see in this dark interior of the cavern, I'd say yes, that hits.
Okay.
Like barely.
So just a regular D8.
Stop.
Yep. 11.
11 damage, all right. So 11 damage to the that falls. Yeah, it does not make its resistance. It falls. The stalactite falls another one larger than the previous one that were not in the barrage. And I kind of loosened it up, and now this one comes slamming into the head of the frostworm for 3 points of bludgeoning damage. All right.
And then I stealth for 21 points of stealth.
Okay, good enough. All right, ending your turn. It's now Pike. Pike, who currently is confused by the circumstances that have currently happened. She steps out. She steps out.
No! Why would you do that? Why would you do that? You're gonna kill her. You should hide.
She could be our same race.
Yeah, bonus action hide is either some sort of custom feature, or it's something that she got from something else. I don't think it's a ranger thing. I think she got it from her training with Seeker Assume. So I think it's like a very limited cunning action is what I believe it is. Now Matt's gonna play with Pike.
But man, she's the only one who's got arms and legs.
He left the alcove after saying stay still. She saw everybody turn to mist, or a few individuals turn to mist on the outside. She's very, very kind of worried and confused by the circumstance.
I'm sorry, I didn't shoot an arrow. I just realized I didn't shoot an arrow at.
Bro, is it gonna be divine intervention? Is divine intervention going to be used, and is it actually going to work? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy, and it would. But I feel like almost if you're Matt in this scenario, and you are very insistent in interviews that you never fudge dice, and divine intervention, unless you roll it in front of everyone. If you roll it behind the screen and divine intervention works right now, that's fudging accusations instantly. Like, absolutely instantly.
This Worm and I meant to, and I'm sorry.
Where am I?
Oh, you're in.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Keyleth, Pike is around the corner. Guys,
Oh, no.
what's happening? And all she sees is you disappear into the shadows on the side, Trinket being very quiet, and just mist swirling in space around these two giant worms, kind of like as parts of the camera collapsing onto it.
Can I do that to her?
Yeah, she doesn't see you do it because you're
Right,
hidden.
some fucking.
Yeah, no, she doesn't see her. She doesn't have high enough perception. Right now she feels kind of alone and doesn't understand what she can possibly do in this. She doesn't have any indication of what to do in this circumstance, so she is going to...
Does Pike have the spell magic?
She's going to... she does.
She doesn't even know
She doesn't know what's happening. She's going to cast Flame Strike, 5th level spell. This is, yeah, radius. She's going to blast this one right here, which is the one that she sees now closest to her proximity, and being ice-based. Okay, so that's 8d6 radiant damage.
Hey, nice job, Pike.
32 points of fire damage does not make it safe. The Frostworm, suddenly from the ground, you see the rocks kind of shaking for a second before a beam of divine fire just comes bursting out of the ground in a 10-foot radius around this worm. However, I do need a dexterity saving throw from both Grog and Keyleth.
Head in the game.
18.
What? Shut up, Liam.
Get it. Get it, girl, get it.
16.
16?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shut up, Liam.
With...
Turn my fingernails off over here.
Alright, so that's going to be 30 and 32 damage to the 32 that. That's going to be 16 damage to you, Grog, and 32 damage to Keyleth. Of fire and radiant damage. As she sees mist in the air around the Frostworm and has no indication exactly what happened. However, the Frostworm did take it as well. That's going to return as she kind of isn't quite sure what to do at that point. That brings us to the top of the round, Grog.
Where are we back? Can't leave.
Just back away from
I'll back up to the edge of the tunnel leading out of the. Yeah.
Okay. Alright, that brings us to...
I'd like to start to revert if I could.
Okay, you'll be there for a minute doing so. You can't move
Oh, I
forward.
can't move any further than
You're just
that.
sitting
No,
there,
no,
not incapacitated.
No, I don't start to revert.
Okay. Alright, that completes your turn. Now we come to the Frostworm. So the Frostworm, first and foremost. Alright, it gets the Frost Breath back.
Oh my god. Dedicates soon some in-game train to getting minor abilities. Yeah, it's cool. I definitely agree, Cabium. Like, I love custom features like that. She learned bonus action hide from Assume. Yeah. If you math it out, 300 feet of movement with a 300-foot dash equates to moving 68 miles per hour. So this is a really sick traversal mechanic, is all this is. Really. I mean, which is good. It's a good spell, but... Oy. Pike, my beloved Pike. Oh my god. Flame Strike, but worse than a Fireball. Grown to nothing. Oh my god. Yeah, this is tough. I don't know what we're gonna do about this.
It turns this way, burrows underneath, and seeing all the movement to the side, goes ahead and unleashes a secondary Frost Breath in this direction. That will only affect the Purple Worm and Vax. Need you guys to make Constitution saving throws?
I can't remember. Evasion has nothing to do with this?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna use luck. My last luck. That's not good. So Constitution save?
Correct.
Ooh, 7.
7. Nope. Purple Worm also does not make it, so that would be for both of you.
Okay. I've learned my lesson. We will pause ahead of time. We will pause ahead of time for the doggy. Hi. How are you? How are you, doggy? Shout out to the Twitch game for 69 total. Fuck yeah. Is this another Sam is Scanlan thing? Sam is Mega. Mega is Sam. Sam is Mega. Oh my god. Shout out to Twitch gang. I freaking... Oh man. Puppy smooches. I can still see the Twitch chats occasionally right here. I just can't see them anywhere else. And I don't have enough real estate to see them anywhere else. My chat stopped working again. Oh, that sucks, Terrace. But man, I keep going over in my head how the hell you get out of this as Matt. Like, you don't just kill 2 players here, right? Like, how does he possibly get himself out of this? We'll see. Oy.
So obviously these worms don't even care about each other at all.
No, then seemingly in this moment you see now there's not a kinship between them. If anything, they both arrived due to feeling the same movement, and one is currently now attacking whatever is large in the area that doesn't recognize the center movement. That is 12, okay.
So maybe we can just go fighting. That's what I'm thinking. We can
36 points of cold damage to you. 36 points to Purple Worm. No, it's magical damage, it's not one damage, so you just take it. Especially if mist. Cold is bad in this. Alright, so with that...
Wait, doesn't my worm take it too?
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, both of them
Still alive.
Yeah. Damn it. A little rough, but it's still alive. Alright, that ends his turn. Now it's Keyleth's turn.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yep.
Probably no.
I know.
Can I juggle while I'm a mist?
If you wanted to, because it's your spell that you cast, even though it's technically not concentration.
I will say, we all failed in reading it.
Oh,
Is it also...
don't do this.
Yep. Can't win.
Is it also what? What does it say? Nothing.
I'll say it if it makes you feel better.
Well, you were... Let him say what he was saying.
What
What
are
was
we
it?
Nothing.
No, what's up?
I had a
I'm afraid
dream.
now.
As you should be. You're flying God.
What were you gonna say, Matt?
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
If you want to.
Yeah, right? It's since you cast it, you could break your concentration.
I'm saying, because you cast a spell as a concentration spell, if it was a positive effect, which technically is, and you did not want it, you could cancel the spell. I'd let you do that. If you wanted to. What did I not read?
We all failed in reading it.
Casting time.
One action.
No,
1 minute.
There's one action on my
Oh,
Oh,
it's an action on yours. It says 1 minute on mine.
Does it?
Yeah.
It does.
So technically you failed.
Thank you,
every
5.5.
No, it's different.
It's actually
Basically casting in 1 minute.
Let's see what the play.
Oh shit. Oh no. Oh boy. Also, thank you, Paige. Paige made Alfredo for dinner. And I'm excited about it. Voxmile used to fight a beholder and 2 vampires and is about to die as farts. Yeah, so this is the situation, is she realizes that we all failed in reading it. And at first I thought it was a little petty, but then he was like, what did I not see? He said, what did I not see? And she said, no, we all failed in reading it. So I actually don't think she was being petty. I think she was legitimately trying to be like, hey, it is all of our faults, which is a tough thing to communicate right now. But this is, yeah, that is interesting that his app says 1 action. That is
Play his
interesting.
hand.
Yeah, no,
Consult the book.
Get out the book.
And someone might put the
It
information.
doesn't matter. It already happened.
It already happened. It doesn't matter.
Shouldn't there be an ad for Gilmore Girls Good right about now?
Right? Yeah, it's already happened.
You know what's
I'm
not?
already committed.
You know what's
In the
not?
player's handbook.
Gilmore's glorious.
We walk into
Terrible.
it.
1 minute. So Fight Club failed. All right.
Fight Club failed.
Okay.
This is a reverse ad for Fight Club.
Or I have to update it.
No,
No, it might make sense. I should update it. All right. Well, anyway.
Well,
In a bit of druidic inspiration, you managed to, very quickly, for the first time,
I mean, I'm so willing to commit to it. It's
being
fine.
as an Arashari, this is your realm of expertise, and your first time using it, you were so excited that you managed to accelerate the casting of the spell, regardless of what the situation they've created. So, what do you want to do?
So I accelerated the casting of the spell.
So you can cancel it if you feel like canceling it.
If you want to.
Some people's brothers in the room are at a really low health level right now. I don't know who we're talking about, but some people's
What do you
brothers.
You're giving me out because now
twins
because you feel
are
bad.
really low.
You're giving me
No,
out.
before.
No, because technically it shouldn't have happened, because it was a 1 minute casting time.
We're making a compliment.
There are many things in that spell that were not read by the casters, so I'm giving you the opportunity to correct the mistake. If you wish not to take it, you can.
I read the card too. I didn't see it.
He
Let's
did
just
read the
go.
card too, and we all know
I did see it.
what it is.
Go, go,
It's
go.
very hard
For
to
my
do
own
lesson for
shame. For my own shame.
casters.
We're in the middle of
No
it.
shame.
I'm doing a lot of shame.
Good thing, good.
I'm fine. I'll drop the spell because I feel really bad about it. But on my way down, from
Okay.
like, okay, here's my question, because I want to like make these fuckers fight each other. So is there like loose rock kind of along the edge of the wall?
I dropped stalactites on them. So yeah,
And there's rubble on the ground next to where the original cave-in happened.
Okay, so as I'm like dropping the spell,
All of you who are now revert, and you fall about 5 to 10 feet and catch yourself on the ground. No harm, no foul.
as I revert back, can I kind of slide down that?
Yeah. I'm sure that Marisha got absolutely no hate for Matt bending the rules like this, as he absolutely should have. Yeah, some people's brother. Yeah, yeah. It's like a very hard and valuable lesson. It's like, dude, if you want to teach her a lesson, there are this is, yeah. Anyway, we've already talked about it.
Like that wall to kind of create
Did you
some.
want to move first over here, Drew?
Yeah.
Okay, so you shift over, you drop the spell.
Drop the spell, and as I drop the spell, I want to like kind of grab some wall and bring it down to make like a big vibration right in between these two motherfuckers.
Okay, make sure to check.
Oh jeez, Louise. Oh, that's not too bad. Just it's not a saving throw.
Correct, strength check. I just strength modifier.
18.
18, all right. So as you slide down, you grab onto some of the loose rock, and poof, they come tumbling down as you slide down. So you land here at the base of the 2 worms, and rocks tumble around you at the base of the cave-in. And you get the sensation that you may have made a decent bit of racket right around to your feet.
Do I have any movement?
I'd say you have half your movement.
Oh Jesus Christ. Anyway, just tiptoe backwards towards Percy. Bink, 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 bink. Or should I? No. You know what? I'm just gonna say right there.
Alright.
Is that even worse decision?
I don't know. We want to do it.
Take it.
I'm just gonna against the wall and not move.
Okay, you're gonna Dr. Grant this.
I'm gonna Dr.
Got it. Okay, Keith, that ends your turn. Vax, you're up.
Vax,
You now have your physical form again.
Okay. I am look around really fast. Run at my sister, give her a giant hug, and dimension door over where Grog is.
Okay.
You can
So as
dimension
you,
door, I keep forgetting.
as you rush over and grab onto her, you both poof, and a nightcrawler as poof of smoke. As it settles, you're both no longer there. As what's the range on the dimension door?
Oh, it's so far. It's like 500 feet, I believe. I'll find it.
I believe it is dimension door. Yeah, it's fine.
No one assuming anything. Everyone's like, let's look it up. No. Absolutely everyone is making sure that we read the rule book and what it says the range is.
You're fine. You guys appear over by Rob now.
Is that the edge of a cliff over on that side?
It goes right to the edge right there, and this is where it would go down the side of a giant icy mountain. You guys were at the very, very top of a very cold, cragulous part of the Cliffkeep Mountains.
Got it.
Do I have an action to? I'm hasted. Do I have 1 or 2 attacks at this point?
You have one attack.
One attack.
You went up and did your action.
Action.
to do.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna throw a dagger at the back of the first one.
Okay. What's the range?
Wait, what? Is Amon like a mountaintop town? Have I been picturing Amon completely incorrectly this whole time? It says that they're like at the edge of a cliff? Where are they? Like, yeah, they're in Brimside. Was there like a teleportation thing? I just thought they went to the basement of Brimside's. They went through a portal? What? Oh. May I turn more lights on? Oh, yeah, I got you. Spotlight. Does this look all right? It looks okay. Lighting is something I need to watch a tutorial on at some point. They went through a portal in the house. Okay, actually, this is way too bright. Fucking shit. Okay. I think I got I got some more light bouncing a little bit. They went through a portal. They're in the Cliff Keep Mountains now. Okay, I totally missed that part. I thought they just like walked down some stairs and they were in the basement this whole time. Oh my god. They went through a portal in the house. Gotcha. Behind the tapestry. So the tapestry was a portal. I thought it was like an invisible wall. I did not realize it was a portal. I see. Yeah, despite how Matt and Tao misread the cloud spell, only Marisha got significant hate for this moment. Yeah. I never got. Okay, now I will say I have defended Marisha, I think, enough to make my point very clear on like where I stand on that sort of stuff. I will say I do think that it is a player's responsibility to know their spells and their features, not necessarily the DM and not other players, specifically because of the segmentation of D&D. Like, it is too much for a DM to try and know all of the features and all of the spells of all of the players. So to that degree, I do think that Marisha bears more culpability for the initial mistake, right? The initial situation. Had that said, in terms of who is more culpable for everything that happened, I think Matt was way too harsh. Like, this sort of mistake did not warrant the response at all. But the initial mistake of the spell, I do think it is on players to read their spells because there's just so much otherwise for a DM to try and handle. I never got the portal either. Yeah, that's interesting. But, I mean, if there's a portal, there's a portal. Yeah, we're good. They might still be using some PF stuff at this part of the campaign. Yeah. I think we're still detangling, like delaying your turn in the initiative, I think is a 3.5 Pathfinder thing. So yeah, I think they still have some Pathfinder things hanging around. It was mentioned last time, but skimmed over since the characters already knew it. Yeah. That makes sense. You didn't do your job as a player, so I'll kill Scamax and Scalen. Good way to put it, Little Hill. Yeah, exactly. A good way to highlight the absurdity of like, yeah, I think that is a mistake on her part more than other people's, but also crazy response to the mistake.
It's 60 feet. Sharpshooter, no disadvantage.
60 feet. No. Just misses. You go and just tumble, scrapes across the ground, kind of poof, stops at the base of the worm, and then vanishes. All right, that ends your turn. Now is this guy's turn. At the top of his turn, Scanlan, you, all right.
I'm in a nice womb.
A womb with a view.
Yeah.
I need to.
You take.
Look at the face.
You need to.
Still rolling.
23 points of acid damage as it begins to digest you from the inside.
Aren't I immune to acid damage?
Are you?
Because of the feast?
No, poison.
Oh, isn't that the same thing?
All right. So the
Somebody's got something of acid resistance, though.
Daniel, I don't know if that's like a dash S or not. I can't tell. Because like that's a lot. That's a lot. And like the DM has to be, responsible for the monster mechanics, but I think that was a dash S. I don't know. They both messed up, but yeah, they also learned. Yeah. Poison and acid is pretty much the same thing, right, Matt? I was thinking that is too much before you corrected to 500. Yeah, only.
Somebody has an item.
I had armor and I gave it to someone. I don't have
Stay on
it.
target.
As the frostworm and the purple worm are now kind of clashing in space, they both kind of turn hearing the sound. Now, the frost damage that impacted the purple worm last turn. Let's see if it. Nope, it is going to retaliate for that. It's going to go ahead and attempt to make a bite attack against the frostworm. That is going to be a 12. That's going to miss. However, hearing the noise, it's going to make a tail attack at the direction that Keyleth is.
Yeah.
It's a natural 1.
Yay!
Yay!
As it arcs through, it right next to your head and pulls out of the rubble. The rock to your left is now cracked and broken with a giant hole where the stinger had placed itself.
I hold my breath.
Yeah, disadvantage on attacks from that
Worm fight.
That's
Worm
very
fight.
helpful from Scanlan's point.
Yes.
So it's going to make another concentration check.
Sure,
The,
concentration check. Yeah, I'm
you have to be
18 and 19.
okay, that ends the purple worm's turn. It's going to stay right there. Actually, no, it's going to burrow away, as currently its native attack is going to burrow into the ground, and is currently not within anyone's visual range.
Hunter's mark. Can I feel it?
You can sense that it's underneath the ground somewhere in this cavern.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to Scanlan.
So it's going down.
It's going through the ground. You feel it moving around.
So it has poison, right? It poisoned me. Oh, it has acid.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's acid. You are feeling yourself digested within its body.
Can I make an intelligence check to know anything about these creatures?
You can if you'd like to, from the inside of its body. Yeah.
Is that my action? No. It's,
No. I'll let you do it because you've been very close and personal.
A lot of time to think.
specifically, what I'm trying to remember from my encounters in the past.
What you've heard in
What I've
your
heard
other
is
adventures.
if it has any resistance to poison.
Go for it.
What am I doing?
Intelligence, your intelligence modifier.
Intelligence.
What method?
16.
16. Okay. You've heard of these entities before. You're uncertain whether or not it has a resistance to poison per se. You get the sensation probably based on the fact that it uses poison. You would think so, but nothing else about its body seems to be poison related or the essence of poison.
It does use poison.
As part of its tail, you get from the stinger that you saw it use earlier. It does seem to have.
Okay.
You don't know, but you do know also that if you were able to probably do enough damage from the inside, it would probably throw you back up. You also get the sense that since you're currently underground, now would be a bad time to do that.
Well, I'm in a tunnel, right?
As far as you know, yeah.
There could be other rooms around.
Well, he disappeared down. Well, I don't know anything. Okay. All right.
You know, this is an interesting one of giving players information, based on checks. I am a fan generally of that more specific line of thinking of like, hey, DM, do I know this thing about the worm? Like, if it is much more specified. But I really struggle because I like those types of questions. I think they're interesting, and like I think that there is value in giving them kind of isolated information. I think that's cool. But I struggle with with the DCs on those. Like my instinct on that is to make the DC like a 20, even though it's really isolated information. I don't know. It's tough. I don't have a good answer. It's a vibe check in the moment. I don't know I'm underground, and that would be a bad time for me to get vomited out. Well, I assume if the worm is in the process of burrowing, it's probably like swallowing rocks and stuff. Maybe that's how he knows. I think ironically, Matt was throwing Sam a bone here. I agree, Fanlair. I think you're correct. Yeah.
I can feel him moving, so I don't know where I am anymore. So I don't want to dimension door out because I don't know where I'd end up. So instead, I will cast Stinking Cloud inside. No. Cancel. Delay that order. Shit, because I think he's immune to poison, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna. Fuck. There's nothing I can do.
You get a healing potion in case he starts to digest you somewhere?
I'm like this right now. I can't do anything.
Like that?
I am my left foot.
Tyrannosaurus healing.
Yeah, I can't reach a wand. I don't want to get.
You could dimension door in theory.
But I don't know where I'd end up.
It's as part of the spell. You can either visualize a place you can see, or one you can describe by stating distance and direction. So you've already been inside the room. You know what it looks like. If you think you're somewhat close by.
Even if I've moved since I saw it last, I can still dimension door to where I think.
Hasn't
gone that far, yeah.
Okay, then I will do that. I will do that.
Where do you want to appear in the room?
I want to appear where Vex was before.
Okay, so you.
No, I was further over.
He didn't see that.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
the last thing he saw was you right next to him before he got
Got
eaten. So you disappear from the inside of your stomach and poof, appear in a puff slope.
Goo all over me. Ooh. Oh, and then I've seen the other worm before, right?
Briefly before you were swallowed, yes.
Okay. And I get my bearings, and I can see Pike, I can see Trinket.
You also see me against the wall next to
Okay.
you.
So I will shake it off. I will inspire Keyleth and say, I only want to see you slicing up that purple worm. Purple worm. Purple worm. Oh!
Get inspiration out of you,
I love that song.
All right, so that's out of there.
Worm's a great song.
And your turn, Scanlan. Percy, you're up. You just caught yourself on the ground on the far end by the tunnel.
I want to hold my turn until the other worm returns.
Hold your action.
Hold my actions. Holding my actions.
You want to move anywhere or you
I can
stay
move.
That's what Purple Rain sounds like? What? Wait. I need to re-listen to it.
And say, I only want to see you slicing up that purple worm. Purple worm.
Purple rain. Dude, I always pictured... What up, Cherry? How you doing? Well, at 2 times speed. I always pictured Purple Rain more of like a... And the purple rain falls along the plain. I don't know. I picture it like a fucking national anthem sounding motherfucker. I did not picture it like doo doo ba da boo doo da doo 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 doo. I picture it much more like a big ballad, like Louis Armstrong should be singing it with like a big brass orchestral background. That's that's how I pictured Purple Rain. I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the influence of Chocolate Rain on my brain. I was just like, I don't know, maybe that's what I'm thinking of, Sputnik. Maybe. Purple Rain on Broadway. This guy has no idea who Prince is. I think I've seen a picture of him once. I honestly don't know. I honestly, like, I know, like, in theory who Prince is, but if you asked me to pick Prince out of a lineup, I probably couldn't. Like, straight up. Especially if you got anyone that looked even remotely like him. Like, if you got me 5 people who look nothing like him, yeah, I could find him probably. But I don't really know who Prince is either. Yeah, I got nothing on it.
I love that song.
All right, so that's over there.
It's a great song.
It's your turn, Scanlan. Percy, you're up. You just caught yourself on the ground on the far end by the tunnel.
I'm gonna hold my turn until the other worm returns.
You're actually
Hold my actions. Holding my actions.
You're moving anywhere, you're
I'm
gonna
moving anywhere.
Okay.
I'm just gonna stay right there.
All right, cool. That ends Percy's turn. He's holding his action until it returns. Max, you're up.
I'm gonna.
SSH, I've seen a grand total of 1 Super Bowl. I haven't seen most people's halftime show at the Super Bowl.
Shoot from my blazing bowstring at the icy worm.
Your second final
Well,
use.
actually, okay.
Go for it.
Wait. That's not exactly true. I have only actively watched 1 Super Bowl. Which one? I have no idea. It was one while I was in high school. I have sometime between 2012 and 2016. One of those. And I have been in the room while the Super Bowl was playing, but I have only actively watched 1. Most likely the Patriots. Sure, they're a team I recognize. but yeah, no, I have. Someone did a Baby Shark once at a Super Bowl, right? I see Super Bowl memes, but that's about it. Approaching 3 hours. Yeah. I keep thinking that we'll do a bio break after this combat, but then the combat keeps not ending. But I think I agree with you. Once the combat ends, I think we are approaching the end of it. Once it ends, yeah. 2012 to 2016, you were in high school. Bird, hey, stop trying to knock extra food out. Yes, indeed, I was. I'm a 1998 baby, so before 2000, but still technically Gen Z. Oh, the one where the team won and the other lost? Yeah, that one, Perfunctionist. You got it. Someone sent him a photo of Chevy Chase and call me Al and tell him it's Prince. Okay, Chevy Chase. Is that the one in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? Is Chevy Chase kind of the bigger dude in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles? I think I know who that is. Oh no. Oh, I'm guessing by SSH's reaction that oh no. Oh no. Oh God. So I'm guessing I'm wrong. Chevy Chase was on Community. Oh, he's the old dude in Community? I know him. Christmas Vacation. Okay. All you needed to say was Christmas Vacation. I know that. I've also never watched SNL, like, regularly. It's like I watch, like, an episode when, like, the host is someone I know. But I've never been an SNL watcher. I've never really been a cable watcher in general. So what was the halftime show of the one you watched? Maybe Beyonce? Or maybe like Justin Timberlake? I don't know, honestly. I wasn't paying that much attention. I should do a bio break now. Okay. Okay, we'll do a bio break. Yeah, right now. John Candy. I like John Candy. Clearly not a lot. Did you watch the Puppy Bowl? I have not. Cord cutting generation? Yeah, dude. My mom didn't cut the cord early, but she was a big DVR head. We DVR'd fucking everything. So it's like I've seen most of House. I've seen most of NCIS is still going. So but I watched NCIS until I left high school. So like we would do almost Netflix-esque binges. It just required a lot of coordination with our DVR. We were a big DVR household. But that, yeah, I didn't watch a lot of shit live. Did not watch a lot of shit live. So you do know Beyonce. Yes. I am aware of Beyonce. And I could pick Beyonce out of a lineup. I am confident about that. Now, Justin Timberlake, you might be able to trick me. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what Justin Timberlake looks like, but you could probably put someone in front of me and like tell me it was Justin Timberlake, and I'd be like, really? Really? I might believe you. Ravens versus 49ers Super Bowl was the one with Beyonce. Hey, so that probably was the one I've watched. There you go. CSI and Survivor era. Me and Paige just watched our first episode of Survivor right before this stream. Literally. I've never seen Survivor, but I'm a huge Brennan Lee Mulligan fan, and he talks about how much he loves Survivor all the time. And me and Paige just finished our second rewatch of Taskmaster, and I'm like, we need another relaxed show. Because like we have like a couple of shows that we like right now, but they're all like pay attention shows, and sometimes you just want a relaxed show. You know what I'm saying? So we just started Survivor season, I think like 21 or something, and that shit's wild. That shit is crazy. I'm very excited to keep going on it. Is Super Bowl baseball or football? Super Bowl is American football. World Cup is what's baseball? Not World Cup. World Series. World Series. Thank you. Yeah, World Series in America only. But yeah, CSI and Survivor. Yeah. NCIS and NCIS LA is my go-to show for background noise. I did like me some NCIS LA. I haven't seen this, but heard good things. The Traders on Peacock. We watched like the first 2 episodes with my parents. I will say I wasn't the most into it, but I am down to keep watching it because it did seem interesting. Where do you see all your Brennan stuff? I know you don't watch much D&D YouTube or actual plays. Game Changer and other Dropout content. Because he's on all manner of Dropout contents, like Actually, Game Changer, Dirty Laundry. I watch all that shit. I love game shows. This is maybe a Megaphone Man drop. I fucking love game shows. Jeopardy, fucking. I was never a big Wheel of Fortune guy. Love The Price is Right. Yeah. I'm a big, and especially like a YouTube creator game show. Like I've watched all of like Mogul Money. I love game shows. Love me some game shows. So that's where I've seen most of my Brennan content. How does baseball get World Series? Because we're the only ones in the world that play it. That's if you invent the thing, you get free reign. I don't fucking know, dude. Survivor makes Critical Role look like Firefly. Brother, yeah. Did you watch the latest Game Changers yet? Oh, yeah, the Newlyweds. The Newlyweds was great. I love. Oh, yeah, I'm totally caught up on Game Changer. We're current on Actually, but we haven't seen, like, I think, like, seasons, like, 4 or 5. So we're mostly caught up on Actually. Breaking news. Breaking news is amazing. CEO, yeah. And Brennan Lee Mulligan, the CEO, was the first time I ever saw Brennan. Because I used to be like a College Humor like fan. So I have been following the Dropout. I was aware of Dimension 20 long before I was aware of Critical Role. To put my like knowledge of thing into context, because I was a College Humor Dropout fan. So yeah, crazy timing and road and everything. Yeah. I cannot win. Oh, Whose Line is amazing. I honestly haven't watched that much of Whose Line Is It Anyways, so I wouldn't even call myself like a Whose Line Is It Anyway fan. But I've maybe like in total seen like 20 episodes, so not that much on the grand order of Whose Line, but yeah. Which game show would you most like to do? I think I legitimately like believe about myself that I would be really good at Game Changer. But in terms of the game show that I would be the best at, that I also think has like the most value, like potential, like value if you win, Amazing Race. I legitimately think I would crush Amazing Race, especially if I trained for it, because I am not in my jacked era right now. I have been ripped before. I know it is within me, and within a relatively short time frame. So I think I would. I think me and Paige would legitimately crush the Amazing Race, and the level at which you can win, but also the value of the experience of being on the race is so fucking high. Like just the experiences you get to have while on the race. Amazing Race if I had to choose. As long as I have some lead up time. I wouldn't go on it like right now, but if they're like, hey, we're casting you, you have 8 months, I think I'd crush it. Especially because me and Paige work really, really well together in like stressful situations. There's a token Canadian team. Oh, yeah. But Japan, don't let Ichiro know that only America plays baseball. No, I've heard that Japan plays baseball. I heard about this. You watch Actually while knowing absolutely nothing about pop culture. Yeah, it's really fun. I feel like I'm learning, Groinhead. I almost never get to do the Actually, but I feel like I'm learning things. This is more for chat. The YouTube channel Dead Meat has made a horror survivor. Ooh, that's kind of fun. Like a global marathon. Yeah, I'd love to run a marathon someday as well. But any Drag Race fans? Paige really likes RuPaul's. I've never seen RuPaul's Drag Race, and it doesn't like that kind of competition show. Like I'm not just because I don't like food, but like I don't love the Great British Baking Show. Like I don't love competition / reality shows that are about making a product. So like, which I feel like is sort of what like RuPaul's is. You have like the performances, the lip syncs, like same thing with Great British Baking Show. Because yeah, I don't know. Especially if I don't feel like I could theoretically do it and be even at a modicum of successful. Because at least on Actually, I think I could be funny. Mega hates Gordon Ramsay. I'm not into Food Network competition shows. We watched like Iron Chef with my parents, and I was like, oh, this is like kind of interesting, but I would never watch like Iron Chef or kitchen stuff at home. Yeah. What about Chopped? I love the twist where they give you a bunch of random ingredients. You still gotta make like a thing. And that just doesn't, I don't know why that doesn't tickle the right parts of my brain. I also like the level of investment of like Amazing Race or Survivor where it's like you're living, breathing the competition. I'm stoked to watch Survivor. I think it could evolve into one of my favorite shows because it's kind of like a more intense Amazing Race, but also I think much less physically demanding, which is interesting because I think it allows for a wider variety of people to be on it. Anyways, we've gone off the fucking rails. We're going to have a bio break. We're going to get back to Critical Role. I will see you guys in a second. And burb. What up? The dogs are so violent today. Why are you guys fighting? You're so upset. I do not know what's going on. It does not seem good-natured like it normally does. I don't know. Thank you guys for the liking. I appreciate it. 886, but it says 864. Oh! That's so weird. That goal is supposed to auto-update. But I guess it's not? Okay, wait. Right-click better goals. Well, if it doesn't auto-update, then what the fuck's the point? I have to manually go in and do it? That's insane. Who's gonna do that? Let's see. Okay, save. Update goal. Okay, goal has been updated. Because I want that to be a legitimate, thing where it, counts up and down. But Slobs is not living up to it. It makes multi-streaming stupid easy, but everything else, it's okay. I don't know. Manual labor in this economy? I'm saying perfunctionist. Come on. Sounds like it defeats the purpose of having it. Exactly. What's up with that? Yeah, exactly. I agree, Deadly. Anyways, we're going to get back into it.
17.
17 unfortunately misses. Your flaming arrow streaks off in the darkness of the cavern and just passes it before it slams against the far cave wall.
Balls. So I'm gonna shoot.
Really fucking
I can't do it. It's my fault. Nope, not gonna do that.
Thanks, yeah.
I'm gonna shoot a regular old arrow
Do it.
at him.
Hey, those are still helpful.
Hit him with a stick.
And it doesn't do anything. It
All
goes
right.
right past him and hits the wall, and he looks towards the wall.
Arrow isn't a very hefty thing when it's by itself hitting stonework. It makes a noise you can barely make out. We'll see if it's enough to distract it. All right, you gonna say where you are?
Inspiration.
You stand where you are?
I should have used it on the blazing post.
Yeah.
Hey, man, whatever.
What are you gonna do? All right.
Oh, no.
Move. You want you to move? You gonna stay where you
Oh, it's everybody's staying.
You're in
are? Okay, gotcha. All right, Pike. Now, seeing everyone revert
Don't move.
and seeing kind of this automatic creatures moving about is gonna yeah, she can't see you because you're inside the wall.
Oh, wait, can I use my bonus action to hide?
Sure.
I do that.
I would recommend moving to one side of the cavern or others. Right now you're still out in the open. It's kind of hard to hide if you have nowhere to hide. You also get the feeling that these creatures being visually hidden is not
Doesn't matter.
affecting.
Then I don't do anything.
All right, so you stay still. Pike stands still, figuring that was helpful last time, but feeling kind of bad for accidentally announcing the mist revert to her friends that she blasted them on the previous round. Let's see.
Yeah, that was fucked up.
She didn't realize the moment you guys turned a mist in the corner.
It's alright, that was.
She is going to. Pretty sure she's going to fit the spell as the last one, so she's going to go ahead and flame strike again on the across from. This time just centering it around there so the 10-foot radius only hits the worm and doesn't see any allies nearby. So that will be. Alright, 8d6. 33.
They all really do have 3-word phrases. Now that you mention it, Deadly and Little Hill, they it's their panic phrases, except for Dagger, which is a I don't know, a brag. I don't know what to call it.
3 points of damage.
Pike!
Natural 20 on the save though, so it takes half the damage.
Damn you.
Still good. That's
Dick.
17 points.
Damn
All
you.
right. Pike casts that and stays perfectly still in space. She still kind of has some motion and some speech to it, but her feet are planted firmly on the ground. Hopefully that's enough. And that finishes her turn. Back to top Rod.
Did you hold your action?
I held my action.
So when?
Till the other worm returns.
I'll do the same thing.
Okay. The frost worm. It's now its turn. Does not get its frost breath.
Hey.
However,
There's a rock slide, it was right.
it is. There's a rock slide. Akila's standing him. Give you a reminder.
Oh, darn it. Sorry, gone for that.
So it's going to turn around. You see how its tail emerges, and it's going to arc up and try and bite and slam in your direction with both sides of its body at once.
Yes,
This tail does not have a sting arm, but it's still a giant bludgeoning implement. So first attack is going to be a 19 to hit.
Yeah.
Next one's going to be a 16 to hit.
Nope.
All right, so the tail slams the ground next to you, estimating your position, failing, just hitting the rocks that you slid down. However, it does bite down with its open icy jaws. You take 17 points of piercing damage,
Okay.
as well as an additional 6 points of cold damage.
Bring it to a total of 22.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Sorry. So I deserve that.
Yeah, well, we live in a cold world, no one deserves anything.
Let's see if it makes any sort of perception check. Okay, cool. That ends its turn. It is now Keyleth's turn.
So does it know that I'm there since it just took a big chunk out of me?
It senses that it impacted something that reacted and tasted like it had been bitten. So you get the sense that it knows you're there.
All right. I'm in arm's length of it, right?
I just saw the I don't know why the captions are being kind of weird occasionally, but I just saw it took a bite out of something that it thought was beer is what I read.
I'm gonna reach out and cast blight on it.
Okay.
Nice.
Touch me when you're trying to touch the worm. I don't know how.
Whenever
You
she-
just gave
That's
my
light on
position
top
away.
All right. Constitution saving throw. What's the DC on that?
18.
18 does not make it. 16. So 8d8 necrotic damage to it.
Best kind.
Here's 4.
Here's one.
Oh, geez, what's that? 7. So 7 plus 5. What the other? Oh, so 7, 8, 13, 16. Oh, and then. And then another 12. Where was I at? 18. So that's
16.
30. Oh, so 28. 32, 33 points.
33 points of necrotic damage to the frost worm. As you reach out your hand and grasp it, you can see now its kind of icy white exterior all of a sudden shudders in place, and you can see small cracks of like black veins beginning to spring up from your hands into its body. Its frozen breath all of a sudden thaws briefly into a dripping drool as it kind of is stunned momentarily, and it pulls away, wrestling itself from your grasp. You did not enjoy that at all.
Okay.
That's your action.
I'm just gonna once again not move. Can I go ahead and cast Healing Word on myself?
As a
Bonus
bonus
action?
action? What's going on? Yep.
That does help.
All right.
I mean, it sort of depends. This is definitely a. It's certainly an odd choice, Sputnik, and I try to think through like what is his point, what is his purpose, and it's sort of like with the Kaylee Scanlon conversation where, you know, we kind of have to speculate about what Kaylee would have done if she had not rolled the nat 1. It's sort of the same thing here of we have to speculate about what the fuck Matt's plan was if they had not like corrected the mist issue based on him being like, hey, I'll let you drop it or whatever. I think at that point when he took Pike's turn, I don't think he was fully like aware of what he was going to do. Like, I think he was still trying to figure out what how am I going to get myself out of this? How am I going to get all of them out of this? Because with the nature of the worms, I don't think that it was very likely that they would all be able to escape. Because at that point, I mean, Sam was still in the stomach of the worm at this point. So I think, you know, Matt's thinking here, like, I don't think it's feasible that I can get all of them out in a way that feels good. So maybe I just try to burn the fuck out of it. Like I use a fucking 5th level spell on Pike and just try to just throw resources at the problem. I don't know. It's very hard to know what exactly his intention there. And then I think whatever his intention was on Pike's turn, I think he then changed it by the time that we got to Keela's turn and was just like, was probably like, hey, fuck, this is not going to go well in his own brain. Hey, you can drop it if you'd like. So I definitely think it's an odd indicator, but I also thank you again. Yeah, I definitely think it's an odd indicator, but I think it is probably mostly indicative that he had not yet decided what he wanted to do and just opted for doing damage rather than anything else.
That ends your turn, Keyleth.
All right, I'm going to, if I can just use the haste to run, well, I want to see if I can just use the haste to do double distance to get behind Pike in that little alcove. If I can't go that far, I'll use dash to get behind her.
You could. You can get behind her.
Without the dash?
Yeah, Little Hill. I mean, I think that's definitely Matt's default is when in doubt, play the world. Which honestly, I don't think that's like a bad course of action. Like, I don't think that's a bad default to have. Is like when you don't know what to do, when you don't have a very specific intention, just play the world. Like, I don't think that's a terrible thing. And I think that is like, you know, when you're saying like my inclination would have been to get them to retreat, I think he honestly hadn't decided what the fuck his inclination was yet. So, because especially it's not just the pressure of DMing in general and like having this weight on your shoulders. It's also the pressure of the stream of thinking about, you know, what is a good story for my players, but also what is a good story for the audience. And so it probably takes him a little bit longer to think through his shit than it might for us at home.
Yeah, because you're haste.
Right, so
60 feet.
I'm standing right behind and say, Pike, I'm a little banged up. Okay, from there.
Go for it.
First one is...
It is just, or no, it's within 30, yeah, sorry.
Okay, 17 for the first. 21 for the second.
Hits.
18 for the third.
All 3 hit.
Is this
Is
sneak
Keyleth next?
right
Is
Correct.
Keyleth
Just
within 5
Keyleth
for the
is
first?
next, yeah.
Alright, so the first one is 4. This is double, so that's 15 plus 15, 16, 21, 25, 28, 36 for the first.
All right.
Second one is 9, and the third one is 10.
Damn.
All right, as your barrage of blades spinning right over Pike's head, she feels the actual wind sort of past her hair, seeing strands kind of whacking from her face, and she stays perfectly still, trusting you. The blades all sinking into one of which strikes an area of the side of its body armor where the plates on it are, which seem to be cracked from the blackened veins from her blight spell. As it does, the dagger doesn't even stop; it plunges directly into its body. You can see a gout of dark, kind of deep red blood just out from the wound. It shakes in place from the impact of the pain. It's starting to look a little harsh. All right, it's your turn. That brings us to the purple worm, who purple worm is going to now emerge from the impact.
Come on, fight the big cocksucker.
It's going to burst out. It's going to burst out from the ground where you and Pike are, as the last motion that it felt was you rushing over across the ground. It comes tearing through, making its bite attack against you and its tail attack against you as well, because Pike's not moving. Yes?
Pike probably doesn't, but do I have an advantage being on this little closed-in bubble?
Technically, no, because it has reach, and it kind of swarts around the inside. It knows this cavern pretty well. It's been through here a few times. So it's going to be a 23 to hit on you.
Yeah, of course it is.
For the bite attack.
Even with its disadvantage.
With disadvantage, second one, thank you, money. It would be 13 on the second plus 9, it would be 20
Still hits. Uncanny dodge, please.
to
have the damage.
that damage. You can do that on this one, but first, then there's the bite. I will do that now. That is 21 points of piercing damage. With half.
21 half?
21 half would put you at 11.
Yeah. Okay, no, I'm still on
Okay. The tail stinger is going to swing you with disadvantage. That is 14, 6 So as the bite clamps down at you, its tail tries to strike at you, but misses entirely. However, its jaws is going to close around you, and you need to go make a dexterity saving throw.
hold on. 16.
16. As you try to move out of the way, it's not quite fast enough. As darkness takes you around you, and you are swallowed.
All
right. That ends its turn. Now having it appeared, as this round has happened, I would like both Grog and Percy to...
Yeah, make your turn, kill it,
I'm
kill it, kill it.
gonna shoot the purple thing with a violent shot.
How many points into it?
Oh my gosh, Laura's so stressed. I get it. And I think that that's a good point as well, Daniel, of like we talked about earlier with Pike didn't even take a first turn. He really does not want Pike to have any sort of significant impact over this combat. I think I can agree with that wholeheartedly. There is the consideration of Pike is an in-world lever that you can pull as the DM to, potentially get players out of a bind. In the same way that you can play the NPCs differently or the same or whatever. But I definitely think he didn't know exactly what he wanted to do, and by default he was not going to have Pike lead them in any specific direction when he really wasn't sure.
I'm gonna drop all 3 points into violent shot.
Okay.
Whoa.
So that's plus 6 to your misfire. So you have like a 46% chance of misfiring on the shot.
See, if I roll a 6 or lower, it
adds plus 2 to your misfire.
Never mind. Oh shit, then never mind. I'm going to take then I'm just going to take 2 points of violent shot. So that's
starting to a misfire of 7.
Yeah.
Okay. So take a shot.
Misfire on 7 or lower?
Yep.
Holy shit, Taliesin.
But if he hits, it's double 2 additional dice damage to it.
Come on, Golden Snitch.
7.
You rolled a 7.
I rolled a 7.
As you rear back, ready to fire, all of a sudden you pull the trigger, and the way that you had customized the barrel to blast additional black powder blows up in your face, and the gun actually bends out of the way, and you feel the impact.
I get to reroll something, don't I? Where is it? Do I get a reroll? Yeah, 1 save reroll per.
Saving throw.
Unfortunately.
So yeah, the weapon misfires, doesn't do damage to you, but the blast does not take off. You have to repair the bad news again.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my new gun.
Okay,
2
so you
shots.
drop bad news, take 2 shots. Go for it.
God damn it. Come on, Percy. That hits. That's a 21.
That hits.
I'm just gonna roll the other one too, just over. And that's a 30. That hits. So that's 6 plus 12. 8, 6, 15, 25. That's 27 points of damage.
Nice.
A lot of things going on in Matt Mercer's head right now.
I know, he's thinking.
All right. How do you want to do this?
Thank God. Like an asshole.
The bad news is down. I just toss it to the ground. I pull out the new one. I just take my shot just to get its attention to get one in the mouth.
Okay, as you take one shot, it blasts the side of the wall. Its head turns towards you, seeing the sudden movement. As you do, you aim for the back of its head, you fire. This time the bullet strikes true right in the back of its throat. You can see now the blowout is a small hole. In the back of its throat, you can see the cavern behind it. A little bit of light is seeping through. It just falls across the ground here. The ice no longer effective, but it is currently still there.
I'm still in here.
Holding area.
I'm still in here.
Yep. You feel it collapse to the ground. It's not moving. The muscles go lax around you.
Let's go so you can move a little bit.
Oh, it's Grog's turn.
It's National Holiday, everybody.
I can't go get him though, because other Dick Lord is still on the map.
Yeah?
I'm gonna
ask him here.
Or you can just attack the point.
I can't get to him. I'll run up to the dead earthworm shit balls and try and cut backs out of his stupid stomach.
Okay.
With Craven Edge.
As you rush up, leaping onto the body of the now deceased purple worm, you bring the blade up and begin carving through. Go ahead and I'll say you manage to, over the course of this round, you have to roll for it. You just begin to tear through with the blade repeatedly, gashing open until eventually you can feel the blows from the outside.
Did I just help midwife and backs out of this thing?
Just a moment. I would like you to go ahead and make an attack roll with disadvantage.
20.
Hits.
All right, go ahead and roll damage.
I mean, I'm unconscious.
You're unconscious?
Well, he will
about
be
to
once he takes his damage.
Unless.
Yeah.
17. So as you strike through, you feel yourself hit something else within the purple worm, and as the wound opens up, you can see Vex's bleeding unconscious form slip out of the purple worm's body onto the ground of the cavern.
Kill it.
You just killed my brother.
I'm unconscious.
All right, that's end your turn.
There's only one. Oh, there's a couple strikes to get him out, right? Yeah, that ended.
Kill Vex.
That was your take.
Yes, I
So
know it.
now finishing that turn, Scanlan, you're up.
Oh, me. Oh, hello. Hello. I will kill it with fire. I will. Well, let's see. I've seen Vex get. Do I see Vex? Can I see Vex over there in the worm juice?
No, not from your position. You have
All right,
far as you know,
well,
he's still
same
swallowed.
Ew.
Really?
Then I'll kill it with fire. I will use my wand of fireballs to blast balls at it.
Your balls of fire.
Light balls and fire. And I won't hit Key, will I?
Purple line, the first
Currently, if you aim it properly, it's a big radial spell.
Oh, it is.
Oh, no.
You know, I will say, like watching this and the fallout and how, you know, all this is behaving, in terms of the players having the spotlight, I still would be cautious not to downplay you know, a missing PC so much that it feels weird. So like to me, I totally understand why he didn't attack with Pike, but I do think that feels borderline weird. So I would just say in general, yes, you don't want to have, you know, the PC that's gone doing the type of, you know, plays that Vex did with the Conjure Barrage arrows. But I'd at least have him throwing out some cantrips. You know what I mean? I'd have him throw out a cantrip, maybe throw out a level 1 or 2 spell here and there, do some damage, do a guiding bolt or something. Maybe something to help the party. Again, and I don't necessarily blame Matt for not in the first round. But especially when you're in a bad situation as a DM where you think you've, you know, kind of painted yourself into a corner, you just have to consider, unless you're going to do like what he did, where you're going to kind of correct your mistake. If you're not going to correct your mistake, you're sticking to it or whatever, you can use Pike as a lever in the same way that you would use a monster, right? You don't want her to be in the spotlight. You don't really want monsters to be like massively in the spotlight, right? They should be a backdrop for the players and their actions. And you can use missing PCs in a very similar way, you know, where they don't take any of the spotlight away from the people at the table, but they don't just have to sit there and do nothing. You know, they can still assist the party and make other people feel cool. It's flame strike or nothing.
Gotta get healing.
All right, so
Oh, it's that radius.
Oh, yes.
you could aim it in such a way.
Yeah, I'll just do lightning bolt instead.
Okay.
That's a huge radius.
I did fireball, man.
Fireball's a danger. It's a powerful, dangerous spell if things are in close quarters, but against massive amounts of enemies,
Oh, right.
it's
Amazing.
brilliant.
So I take 2 steps to my right, so no one else is in the line, and I
All right.
will lightning it instead.
All right, go for it. Go and roll damage.
8d6, yeah?
Yep. That is an 11 on its dexterity saving
Oh,
throw.
that's
Full
a really
damage.
good roll.
Yeah.
That's a really good roll.
It's a real good roll. Ooh.
31.
31 points of lightning damage to it. Alrighty, as you step to the side, releasing the bolt of lightning energy, it blasts into the front of its face. You can see one of its jaw mandibles is torn off from part of the impact. You can see now the kind of deep red blood begin to pool inside its face and drip down as it looks over, moving its head in your direction.
Do I still have any movement?
Terrace, that's an amazing idea. Yeah. And honestly, I would prefer Bless heavily over Bane, because Bane is one of those spells that is a little bit harder to feel as another member of the party. I think that Bane makes the caster feel cooler, but Bless, absolute perfect choice, I think. You on top chat? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Did I miss something about Pike seeming bipolar? I'm just not reading all comments. Or Beacon of Hope to top off heals. Sure, yeah. Yeah, and that's true. I don't know what Pike's spell slot availability was either. But no, I really like using something like Bless there, or again something like a guiding bolt. You know, something like that where it's like it gives someone else advantage. And with all of that in mind, I'm really hopeful that he will use Pike to revive Liam, because I don't know if they just did it, but if Grog just hit him and did any amount of damage, I think it's I think it is related to Craven Edge's abilities. I don't think it was supposed to be for the fact that he was unconscious. But if Grog did hit him, that should be 2 failed saves. I don't know if they tracked that or not. But I really hope that as Pike, he will Healing Word. Like, I think that that's another example of like, man, if Pike were here, she would absolutely do that at a minimum. Like, that's not like taking away any glory or anything. That is just like the thing that Pike would do. But also, I imagine Matt had Word of Recall prepared, even if she hadn't selected it, just in case. Potentially, yeah. This is one of the rare times where Matt has declared a how do you want to do it before the end of the battle. Yeah, I think you're right, Fanlair. I didn't really pick up on that at all, but I guess you're correct. Of normally the how do you want to do it is not like is always the last kill of the fight. That is interesting. Maybe he's just a little discombobulated, or maybe it wasn't a hard and fast rule. It just happened to go that way before. Guiding Bolt is the thematic spell Pike's used so far to give others advantage. Yeah, Sputnik, exactly. One of my comments didn't appear. Oh, but I didn't want you to miss something cool or interesting. Oh, sorry about that, Little Hill. Yeah, I mean, sometimes this is on live chat, so if it doesn't appear in here and like you see the space where it would be, I don't see it either. Sometimes YouTube will just block shit without telling me. And I have very little control over it. Was just thinking that Matt didn't want to use her for damage. I mean, that's also fair, yeah. It's weird because of just how different Pike is played by Matt versus Ashley and why we have Sweet Pike and Chaotic Pike. Well, and that's why people have talked about, like, I made a comment about how something that Ashley or Pike did, like, felt kind of weird to me. It felt kind of odd. I thought she was just kind of going along with it for the joke. Like, it felt like out of character to me. And everyone was like, nah, that's like total Chaotic Pike energy. Like, that's totally something that she would do. And, I thought about it. It was in the bar with the Scanlan's old troop. And they were like, no, that's big Pike gremlin energy. And I was like, I think at this point, it is, I don't think that I've seen Matt play her more, but certainly she has been in less episodes than she has not. Like, undebatably. And I think that I've seen Matt play Pike almost as much as Ashley Johnson play Pike. They're at least within like the same order of magnitude. They're kind of nearby. So that's why like Pike is like such a nothing character to me, and like why I do like primarily think of her as Sweet Pike. Is just because I've primarily seen her either not be there or Matt player. Grog knocked him unconscious. Oh, right. He was going to be unconscious, and then he wasn't unconscious. Right. He was going to be unconscious, but then they halved it, so he wasn't, and then Grog knocked him. Gotcha. Seems like Grog's one hit. Yeah. I'm following you. If they're the big enemy, if there are two, and or the bad guy goes down first. Yeah. You're right, Daniel. Yeah, which is sort of weird in this one because they seem to be two very similarly powered enemies. Yeah, kind of interesting.
Yeah, you still only move 10 feet, so you still have 50
Can I
more
try
feet.
to shuffle back into the tunnel there?
All right.
And for my bonus, I'll Healing Word myself.
Go for it.
Okay. What's a D4? Great. Yeah. 6 points.
There you go. All right, defense Scanlan's turn. Percy, you're up.
I'm gonna take another shot at that the big icy worm.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take 2 normal everyday shots because things have been weird. Actually, yeah, it's gotta be close to death now. That's 17.
17 just barely hits.
And 24.
Okay, both hit.
Get it, Pussy.
Pistol is now needs to be reloaded.
Yes. Well, that's my third.
Third attack.
I keep track. I'm good. 12, 19 to 21 points of damage.
Alrighty. Good. Both shots go off. The third one kind of clicking, you go to reload. You can see both kind of blast across the front of his body, leaving these little reddish dots on its midsection as each bullet sinks into it. It's still standing, it's still rising about. You can see it's bleeding from many different wounds, and it's not looking too great, but it's still standing. Is there where you are?
Oh yeah, I'm staying right.
Alright, Max, you're up.
I'm gonna Hunter's Mark him,
Alrighty.
and I'm gonna shoot 2 arrows at him.
Come on, buddy.
Yeah.
What else am I gonna do?
Kind of piercing.
Safety.
Oh, Pike can help you.
He's unconscious. Don't listen to me.
I can't tell what happened. Grog went to save you.
Oh yeah.
He's
29
safe,
on the first hit.
29 hits.
Let us have time to draw something on his face.
And
before you
27 on the second hit.
Both hit?
Okay.
Help.
Insert here.
This has been a porn episode anyway. Might as well just
20 on the first hit.
Nice.
sticks everywhere.
18 on the second hit.
Got it. Both arrows shifting into its side. You can now see multitudes of the shafts kind of sticking out. It's still standing. It's a hardy creature. You want to move? You want to stay where you are?
I'm gonna stay where I am.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's right. And Trinket's still sitting there going, like, wanting to help, but not able to do anything.
That'll get too weird.
All
I
right.
mean, Trinket's just doing what Trinket
Shut up.
Pike screams out, Max! And runs up. The body climbs up to the top and jumps off, next to your body. Your unconscious self reaches down and is going to use her 1/6 level spell, Heal. So you immediately regain 70 hit points.
Whoa.
Solid use of Pike. Like, if Ashley had done that as Pike, would have been a big moment, but makes sense, supports another character. Honestly, a bigger moment for Vax being able to get back into it. Absolutely great use of a PC of a person that's not there. Yeah, this combat's really interesting because I'm trying to think about it in terms of if the whole thing hadn't happened, what I would generally think of it, of like these two purple worms. And it's hard because Matt is using the purple worm in a way that I have not used it before. And I'm going through whether I think it's better, worse, neither, interesting, less interesting, neither, because I have always used the purple worm number one as a harasser. So, it like comes out, makes an attack, like instantly back in. And I've only used it twice. I say always. The two times that I have used it, I used it as a third party. So it was the party and fighting another faction, and the purple worm was a neutral, like, third party enemy that was fighting both sides. And that was how I used the tremor sense, was essentially they had to, I basically took it as, and this was kind of like a hidden behind the scenes mechanic that my players didn't know about. But it was basically whichever side moved more squares, like whichever like side as a whole moved more squares on the turn between the purple worm, that is the side that the purple worm would attack. And so it was more of an environmental hazard when I used it. It was like it was a shtick to the combat. And so I'm kind of because this is just like very, very different than I had ever used it. And, this combat is falling really heavily into the just whack it category. But I'm not sure if it would have fallen into the just whack it category if we wouldn't have had the whole windwalk thing. Like, I think that is really messing with my perception of like how much I do or do not like this combat. Because it's like, oh yeah, I don't like it. But I don't know if that is because of its actual design or because of how it played out. It's kind of hard to tell. I don't think this fight would have been too memorable if the whole cloud debacle hadn't happened. Yeah, I don't think it would have been overly memorable either, because, and this is one of those things where it's sort of a combat without a goal on either side. Like, the party doesn't actually care about killing these purple worms, right? Like, that's not like a huge motivation for the party. It's not like they're fighting Brimscythe or the Briarwoods. Like, when Delilah started to run away, they were like, oh no, we need to catch Lady Delilah. Like, that, like, killing her was a motivation for the party, or capturing her, knocking her unconscious, what have you. Same thing with, assumingly, from the preamble that we've heard, same thing with Brimscythe, right? Like, Brimscythe was a threat that needed to be taken care of. These purple worms if the purple worms just bounce and just run away, like the party doesn't really care. They're in fucking the mountains. These are probably just like natural predators. And on top of that, there doesn't seem to be a ton of intelligence or motivation from the worms either, right? So, and it's not even like the party is going somewhere. Like when they encountered the Behir, right? The Behir was in a mountain pass that they had to get through. Otherwise, there would have been some manner of consequences. So that is the party's motivation. That is why they need to take down the Behir. They don't have that with the purple worms, and the Behir, assumingly, is protecting its territory. The purple worms, on the other hand, it seems like the motivation for the purple worms is just kind of hunting, right? It's just like hunting for food. And I think the moment that they get fucking lightning cocked by Scanlan, they're probably turning around, right? If they're just like natural hunters and this is just like the thing that they do, like they're just leaving. And to some degree, the one with Scanlan, it seems like it went underground. I don't know if it necessarily left. But I don't know that it's overly clear why the worms would have continued to engage with this party. Like, it doesn't seem like that was something that they overly needed to do. So I think that's maybe, again, I don't know how this combat would have gone if the Windwalk hadn't been an issue, but I think that there's a lack of motivation there that I think would have made it have a lack of like oomph and drive throughout it all. Now the drive ended up being, holy shit, they're gonna kill us. But I don't think that would have been an overly huge issue if the Windwalk situation wouldn't have happened. The purple worm harasses people. HR agrees. Yeah. Matt is using the purple worm in a way that I have not used it. It is a hell of a sentence. What? I don't even know what the hell of the sentence that is. Added to the quote book. Has Kiva summoned Orcus? Yeah. Last session or last sequence. Right now, she is pretending to be Pike to learn their weaknesses. Emotional investment might be the words you are thinking of to describe the combat. Yeah, kind of. Like, yeah, they don't really care about the combat. I think that's a good way to put it. It doesn't seem like either, like they are fighting to the death, and neither side really has emotional investment in this. You know, that, which is kind of weird to a degree. Like, the emotional investment for Vox Machina, and that's why this is kind of hard to analyze, because the emotional investment for Vox Machina came in, oh no, because of the Windwalk fuck up, now we are fighting for our lives against these predators. That is the emotional investment. But before that point, they were fine. They were chilling. And from the worm point of view, what is the investment for the worm to be here? Why is the worm fighting to the death? No species, when they can help it, is fighting to the death against the thing that it is hunting. Right? When we were, way back when, hunter and gatherer days, we did not think that there was a substantial chance of death every time we went out to hunt something. There was a chance, something could always happen, but we thought that most of us were going to come home. So the moment that this starts turning against the purple worms, from the emotional investment that has been displayed to us, they should be out. They should be out probably when they get bloodied, honestly. They should just bounce. But that would feel weird, and so it's an odd combat from that perspective. It's a little bit odd. The worms clearly wanted Vex's sweet bow. You're so right. I think them being two different species of worm meant you could have played them off each other. You could have. Yeah, there's that aspect, Tiny Keyboard, which is why, again, we don't know how this would have gone with Windwalk. Without the Windwalk issue, that totally could have been. It could have been not like a fight to the death type of encounter, type of puzzle. It is a, it is a resource suck puzzle of how, like, you're gonna kill these things. How do you kill them with the least effort possible? Maybe by playing them off each other. That is very possible, and that's something where I hesitate to criticize the combat too much, because there might just be something that we're missing that didn't end up getting triggered because of what happened. They could have easily just run, wait an hour, and come back with no consequences. Yeah, exactly. No more investment than being hounded by a pack of wolves. Yeah, but the thing about it is, if one of the wolves sees any of the others die, they're probably gonna bounce. And even if you do enough fucking damage to wolves and they're hounding you, they're probably gonna leave you the fuck alone. I mean, famously, just regular ass fire, not even touching them, is enough to scare away wolves sometimes. Because wolves aren't looking to get into a fight to the death when they're out hunting. I actually think that that's a really good example. Like, think about that in, like, the terms of, like, the media projects and pop. I don't know if it's entirely accurate, but the fact that you can scare away a pack of wolves hunting you with fire, like, that is a very good example of, hey, wolves have lots of things they can hunt. So unless they are incredibly desperate and, like, you narrate them being super thin and, like, maybe malnourished, then maybe they'll push past their fears and they're willing to get into this fight to the death. But we need some piece of that. Like, the moment that you see the Blight or Scanlan's lightning or Vex's crazy arrow shots, right? Like, the moment that shit comes out, that's the equivalent of showing fire to a wolf. Like, the worms are just like, oh fuck, this tiny little bit of food is way, like, more difficult than we thought it'd be. We're out. What's up, Mr. Steak? How you doing? Have you read The Monsters Know What They're Doing? I have not. I have heard about it from Ryan Immel. He really liked it. I've heard good things. I think it's an MCDM book. It's a Matt Colville book, maybe. Might be someone else, but I've heard good things about it. Sort of in this vein, I think. Living the Dream. Didn't Vox Machina find some of the dragon's gold right before the worms came in? They did, which you could sort of say that is their emotional investment, but I think that emotional investment's a good term for it, of, like, how motivated are they by that gold? Like, they're motivated to a degree, and I think that actually, to some degree, depending on the difficulty of the fight, they might be motivated to stick around for that gold. Like, I think it's enough motivation, but it's not enough motivation to really risk any of their lives. I think the main reason that this is going the way it did was because of Windwalk. But that's a really good point, Groinhead, is if they never get into super life risky territory, then that actually is a solid motivation for them to be here. Of, like, hey, if we take care of these worms, we can get all that fucking gold. Like, that honestly is an easy enough motivation for the players, at least. That's a good point. That's a very good point that I'd sort of forgotten about. Yeah. Dude, I wonder, how does a body of 10 con and 14 strength guy look like? Well, I mean, both of those are just above average. So, because I think the general wisdom is a commoner is like 8s across the board. So 10 con, pretty hardy, pretty thick looking fella. 14 strength is probably like a regular yoked dude. Like, you would see them out on the street, you'd be like, oh, that guy's fit. I think that's like 14 strength. I think 16 is like close to bodybuilder. And like 18, 20, we're getting into superhuman level. Could have been telegraphed. Yeah, sure. Could have been telegraphed, I think. This humanoid is spicy. That's Arcana, Dave. The worm's int is 1, so I think it's literally just not thinking. Well, its int is 1, but I'm sure its wisdom is not. I'm sure its wisdom is like 12 at least. Right. Purple worm. the int of 1 is not necessarily an excuse there. I mean, it's got a whiz of 8. Again, that's about as wise as a commoner. So, when we're talking through this, like when you think of that, like, yes, it has a very low wisdom, but when you think of, or a very low intelligence, but its wisdom is not so low that is going to unthinkingly bash its body against a problem until it dies. That species would not survive very long. Now what does a 18 strength with like 6 con would be interesting. That's true. You're basically saying the same thing as the book. Monsters can be split into those that evolved in nature and won't fight you to the death, humanoid beast monstrosity, and magical creatures that will, elementals, fiends, undead. I think undead's a great example. Yeah, skeleton will absolutely just throw its body at you until it dies because it doesn't know any better. But the purple worm is a thing that has to like hunt and feed and reproduce. It assumingly can't just throw its body at a problem until it dies. Now, what does a 20 con and 25 strength look like? Fucking Adonis, Atlas, probably. What are mega stats in amazing race form? I have a decent con when I'm not super stressed out. I have a decent con, and my strength goes up and down massively. Don't invite the purple worm to the pub quiz. Yeah. Don't commoners have a 10? I believe the wisdom is 8. I believe they have -1 by default. I can't be entirely sure about that, G Hercub, but I do believe that the general wisdom is 8s across the board. I could be wrong about that. And now it's VM worm is fighting worms trying not to die. Dop, it's all the Alexa is hearing you. That's why it fed you this content.
You see consciousness breathe, taking the deep breath, the cold air from the cavern that you inhale stings the inside of your lungs, and you look over Pike's before you, eyes wide, goes from like a serious frown and worried furrowed brow to a big smile as you come back to consciousness.
Oh, Pike.
So she kind of like goes and hugs you.
I clap my hand here like a big, gory, slimy smear right on the half of the face.
Okay.
Thank you, Pike.
So back up. That finishes her round. Grog, you're up.
We're still hungry! And I rush up to giant dick smear.
Leaping.
And I would like to use reckless attack on my first of all 3 great weapons.
Okay, use them all. Like all of them are
Let's
effective.
do that.
All right. So advantage on all your attacks.
That's a 23.
Hits.
Jesus.
This game needs more tentacles.
That's not 29 minus 5.
24.
24.
Hits.
That'll probably
That
be
is
it.
you.
Yeah, 20.
you did that.
I got to do the math. 23, 22.
All right, go roll damage. Okay.
Yeah.
Plus 20, plus 10, 30 for the first one.
Okay.
Piss off Shih Tzu.
I will also say one of the things that I might be struggling with about this combat and about how to think about this combat is that as I have grown in DMing, I try to not have totally random combats unless my players seek them out. So unless my players are like, we want to go into the dangerous woods to hunt things down, or unless they're like, we are looking for this specific ingredient or what, but even then it's not random, you know? So I kind of try to not, and like when I think about like my choice of monsters, I typically have my choice of monster try to mean something. So, and I'm struggling with what these worms mean because by, I think the most generous, or not the most generous, but like one way to think about it is they are illustrative of the general terrain, right? Very similar to the Behir. They are exotic. They say something about the terrain that you are in. They do a lot towards classifying the environment. However, I don't think that sort of fight fits super well within this kind of sequence of scenes. because they are not going through these mountains, right? They are investigating this cave. They are, right? They're doing something that is not actually related to, what is it, the Cold Spire or Ice Crag or whatever mountain range that they're now in. So the purpose of the fight in general feels a little disconnected to me. It feels a little random. And that is something that I generally try to avoid when I can. Now, I'm not always the best about that, I will fully admit. But this is, I think, probably a planned combat. Like, I don't think it was, random. And I'm not even saying every fight will be highly emotional, Vincent. So to pull an example, the Bahir fight. I did not think that the Bahir fight was fun or interesting or whatever, but I thought that the purpose and choosing the Bahir specifically for that fight was a good choice. Like, I thought that the Bahir was a good selection for that fight. And I think the main reason that the fight wasn't good was because of the battle arena. Whereas this, I think the battle arena is decent, but the choice of Purple Worm is something that I'm struggling with, because when the Bahir was introduced, it had the purpose of exotifying the terrain and the environment and the biome, right? You're not in your daddy's Amon anymore, right? You're in fucking Whitestone country now. You've got fucking lightning-breathing lizards coming down your back. So I think that the Bahir was a very solid choice, just like I think that I believe it was maybe the Rock that they used near Amon. Like, the Rock is something that feels very normal. It's a big-ass bird. It's not that weird or exotic. So I think it fits for something that would be, around the lands of Amon, whereas when they introduce the Bahir, it does a lot, even though it's not emotional, right? Even though it's not emotional, I think that the choice of monster serves the purpose of making the landscape feel different and exotic. Which is something that I think the Purple Worms fit a very similar purpose. In fact, in that Bahir fight, I think you could swap out the Bahir for the Purple Worm. I don't know if the balancing would work out, but just in terms of the just in terms of the like purpose that they serve, I think they serve a very similar purpose in like making it feel exotic, right? The worms are more indicative of the dragon that lived there. Okay. And is this something that I was unaware of, that the Purple Worm are magically kind of oriented? I think someone said that earlier. And maybe it's that I don't know quite enough about the Purple Worm, but to me, the Purple Worm it's a big ass worm. It tunnels, it burrows. Nothing to me says uber duper magic when I see the Purple Worm, right? We're not talking about I'm trying to think of a super magically oriented enemy like the Rakshasa. Like if the Rakshasa had moved in afterwards, or if I think of the right one when I think of the Oni. I don't remember. I think the Oni is very magically oriented, but I could be wrong about that. But something along those lines. Purple Worm screams Underdark to me, and that's I think kind of the thing I'm struggling with here is not only maybe the emotional investment of the fight, but like, what is the fight supposed to do? Like, otherwise, like, to me, this fight just feels like Matt felt like they needed a fight, and the Purple Worms don't really add anything to the narrative or the story or anything. Again, highlighting the Bahir fight, I think that just the fact that there was a Bahir for them to fight adds to the narrative and the story. It's kind of this concept of harmony that I've been talking about the past few sessions and episodes of the choices that you make within your combats should serve the rest of the story around it, right? It should not just be like, we were in the story, now let's roll some dice for a little bit, now we're back in the story. You know what I'm saying? Even if it is, again, there's a lot of purposes for combat. Like, if we talk about the Banshee, or not Banshee, maybe it was just Spectre combat on the way down into the Briarwood Pyramid, right? That combat is actually indicative of all of what I'm talking about. It was a resource suck combat. Like, that was the purpose of these ghosts. They didn't learn anything. They didn't get any clues. Nothing really happened to super push the narrative forward, but it was still narratively evocative because it was these specters. It was Percy's ancestors, assumingly. So even if it was a resource suck combat, like this one might be intended for, the choice of enemy still fit an overall theme and tone that Matt was going for. These are Percy's ancestors. We're in his crypts. We're going down beneath Whitestone. Right. It would have felt weird if they had run into Modrones there. Like, it maybe kind of go to the logical extreme there. Like, if you break into Percy's crypt and you find a bunch of Modrones just hanging out, that's kind of fucking weird. And so I'm struggling to find the overall purpose of the purple worms within this context. In my brain, they could have been hunted prey that have flourished since the dragon died. I mean, that's I can, to be clear, again, I think it's very similar to the Behir of, I think they fit within the assumption that we're in these mountains, right? Like, they make sense as a natural predator to exist within these mountains, but the mountains aren't the important part. The important part is that we are in Brimscythe's lair. The fact that they're in the mountains, I don't want to say is tertiary or, not important, but it's at the very least secondary. And I don't know that I get the choice there. Despite my early comments, I feel like this fight was total filler, and I wonder if Matt threw in the worms as something more difficult after the simpler encounters in the previous episode, and I could agree with you there, Groinhead. And that is a good example of, I talked about resource suck combats, right? Resources, or combats that are meant to lower your resources. There are also combats that are meant to just be challenging. Like, that is their entire purpose, is that there is a combat between you and a reward, and that combat is meant to be an obstacle there, and it's meant to be challenging for you to get through. But again, I would go back to, within the entire context, I think that there were better enemies to have chosen than 2 purple worms. I saw it that with the Apex Predator dead, other things moved in. True. And that's more my point of, it could have been anything. And I think that these worms highlight the mountainous nature. And I think that something else could have been better used to highlight part of the story. Again, this concept of harmony, where the combats serve to reinforce the story. The ice one is one that throws off the theory. I mean, it's, they're in icy mountains, so there's something there. It's totally a fight for the sake of a fight. I think the worms definitely felt random, even if that wasn't the intention. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting at. It also makes it harder for them to get their hands on all the loot. They can kill these 2, but if they send some commoners to carry the gold out, something's gonna get them. Yeah, totally. Combats are a vehicle for consequences or storytelling. If you could skip the combat and lose nothing, it feels pointless. Yeah, that's sort of where I'm that's the direction I'm heading in. Yeah. Is the combats, I'm not a huge fan of random encounter tables. I have used them, and I think they can be used well, but I don't overly love them. Just to gush about Xanathars a bit more, and this also exists within the DMG, but I think that Xanathars did it better. is I like that Xanathar's has a biomes related list. And again, I think that these purple worms can serve to reinforce the biome here. But as a DM, I think you need to think through the monster choice just that little bit more so that it goes back to something in the story.
13, 21, 31 for the second one.
All right.
Oh, you've never been so hot.
3, 8, 16, 26 for the third one.
26. How do you want to do it?
I'd like to take Craven Edge and jump up, straight up as high as I can, and drive it straight into the top of its cavity and just drag it down and open it up like a beautiful bouquet.
As you see,
Fuck yeah. I mean, that's fair, Deadly. If you're crafting them, I'm not a huge fan of ones that you just pull off the online. Off the online. But yeah, if they're crafted for you, especially within a area. So like if you're doing like, oh, they're going to travel through this forest, or oh, this is the random encounter table for this dungeon, I think that can work because every enemy you can purpose place on there to do something for your story or for consequences. But if it's, totally random, or if it's too zoomed out, I think it can lose the impact that it needs to have.
Grog staple himself at the top of this now standing 20, 25 foot tall creature. He's using his barbarian strength to leap up on the top, sinking the blade in the back of its head. Immediately rears back, its whole back arching. As it does so, you just use the heft of your weight, grinning as you drive the blade down the entirety of its body. As you grind down the surface, you see its armored back just pop open like a freshly cooked sausage. The inside just spill out onto the ground. By the time Grog reaches the ground, you are coated in thick crimson. Strangely enough, even though the blood is liquid, you feel almost like this crystalline force, like there are actually like ice crystals in the bloodstream itself from the cold that emanates from its body. Yes, and as you land and hit the ground, its body slaps forward, barely missing Keyleth as it hits the ground, almost like a shrimp that has its entire back torn open. It's just in two pieces, face down on the ground, right there.
What, Grog?
I want more. Who's next?
Maybe there's no more. Maybe.
Come on, Grog. Come and take Grog.
Can I look in the blade and go, that was good, wasn't it?
You did good, my friend.
Very, very good.
Hi, Grog.
Who are you talking to, Grog?
That was good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was great.
You can answer me next time, Jesus.
Oh, sorry.
I speak quietly into the ear and say, "Could everybody shut the fuck up, please, and come on, get out of here."
Let's go. Let's go to the other side.
Yeah, let's call another 2 worms. Let's do that.
These are probably the only
Let's
ones.
do
It's a
that.
male and a female.
How do you know that? They fucking hated
Because
each
it's a
other.
little.
They hated each other.
They're a
Why
married
does this hate
couple.
each other?
They hate each other.
Well, we
Scanlan,
lost.
that's only your relationship. Scanlan, you're right there. Get as much gold as you can in dimension door over the teleporter.
I'm here. What?
You're right by the gold.
Oh, you mean I'm gonna get the gold?
Get the gold
I don't
in
have a bag of
dimension
gold. I weigh 14 pounds. I can't hold that much gold. Gold is heavy.
I can get over there. Do we want gold?
Rage
Jesus,
loot.
Wait, isn't there gold all over the place?
No,
Like smatterings of like single
Look, that
pieces
one
across the
section
floor.
has
but
it all
this
pouring
one
out of the wall.
horde itself is pouring into the tunnel left behind.
Oh, I need it.
Go grab the gold. Let's get the body and we'll get out of here.
I'll run over to the gold now.
Get the scales of the armor off the body,
Go
right?
as fast as
You're
you
like
can.
frenzy rage loot this shit.
Not again.
Hack it away
Okay.
out.
Slapping the stone and pouring all the rest of the gold
Yes.
on inside of it.
So much
Assist.
gold.
Oh, Grog, open the bag. Make his hand. We'll grab the gold.
Yes. Oh my
And
gosh.
pour it
Get
into
so much gold.
Giant scoop into the back holding it. It's just pouring out the sides of it on the ground. You're having to scoop it back up inside.
This is the
I
best
take out like my
thing
little
ever.
fillet knife and I start going to town on the frostworm in front of me, trying to salvage anything that I can.
Okay.
Him.
Okay.
I call Trinket and tell him to get over by the teleportation circle.
Make a nature check real fast.
My book. I got my book.
Who, me? Nature check?
No,
Oh, that one.
I got my book which gives
Oh
me.
wait, we're out of
I'm
combat.
meeting Trinket and I'm going to kind of
We're out of combat. Combat.
lay/nap on his back.
Okay.
29.
There.
And I'm gonna run as fast as I can over to where I can see them hoarding the gold
All
because I
right.
want
Well,
to
you
see
get over
it.
there pretty quick.
I'm gonna check the frozen body.
Okay. As Keyleth checks, you check the
Is
frozen
that
body.
is that the dead
Frozen
Oh,
man?
the
man.
frozen man. Okay.
Out of this.
You should get the
Keyleth,
armory.
take a moment to cut through, and like, there's the other undamaged mandible. The eye appears to be undamaged, but those are all going to be very careful, like, time-intensive things to remove properly. There isn't much that can really be pulled from this other than that. There's not a whole lot of material
Can I
on.
violining of the blood?
You can bounce in the blood, yeah.
Yeah, I want to do that.
Okay. So you bounce in the
And I'll
blood.
go ahead and take that mandible if I can.
Okay. So you remove the mandible, so you can mark that down.
A mandible.
All right, so you guys
Plus or mandible.
are gathering
Those body
money.
parts.
Wait,
We don't have anything to store it in.
can I try to get some of the icy armor off of the big worm that's right next to me now?
You step up to it, and I mean, most
I just
armor.
want to pull on it and see if I can get some of it.
The parts that you pull on that are like big, hefty chunks that would be of any real use are like
Yes,
part of
full
its
on
body.
there.
The few that are kind of busted from the damage you've dealt to it throughout the combat, they're such small pieces and they crumble at your touch.
I don't believe they're in Vasselheim. I actually don't know where these mountains are. So they're in the bottom. Well, I thought they were in the basement of General Krieg's house. There was a teleporter in General Krieg's house in Iman. And then that teleporter teleported them to this lair, which is Brimscythe's lair from before they started streaming the game. and it's in, I think, Cliff Keep. They're in the Cliff Keep Mountains. I am not aware of where the Cliff Keep Mountains are. I don't believe during Vox Machina. Yeah, we've definitely heard of them, but I can't remember where they are. They're at the top of some mountains north of the continent, the Cliff Keep. Okay, that makes sense. I think that I've seen them on the map that I've seen. Oh no, what's up, Samuel? What's up? But yeah, we've definitely heard of them. They're somewhere. They're still in Taldore. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was mentioned that Craghammer was part of them. Yes, because there was a moment where Matt was talking about the geography. He was like, it's this, and then Whiterun, and then the Umbra Hills, and then blah, 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 blah. So it's like above, or not Whiterun, Westrun. It's somewhere above Westrun, maybe left of Whitestone, somewhere around there. I think in the same general area as the Rock Nest. Or maybe in the same general mountain range. But anyways, they did not travel up there, they just teleported.
It's okay, I'm more interested in gold anyway.
Is it possible to move the frozen man, or is he just really stuck in there?
You go ahead and you grab onto him, and he's actually like frozen to a coat of ice that is left in there. And looking at the ice pattern, you get the sensation that frostworm may have frozen him in there. Had seen him previously and unable to reach him within the very back of that alcove, just frost breath. This one or another like it did so.
Keyleth, can I borrow you over here?
Yeah, what do you want?
Are your hands dripping with blood? Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can you warm him up and see if we can get him out of here?
Yeah.
Oh god, no, it's my. Oh, never
Okay.
mind. Okay.
So you begin to slowly.
We were trying to do this before. We were
Right.
trying to melt his face because Pike was
Gonna
wanting to do a
talk
talk
to
to
him.
head spell.
West.
We know what happened.
We gotta go.
Yeah,
guys.
but now
We
we gotta get out of here.
Go.
We're gonna take the
You
body.
had no indication that
Anything
there's
else you
anything else here.
Well, I guess we're taking the body.
Taking the body.
I'll focus my heat on like his feet so we can just like dislodge him and throw him over our shoulder and go.
The ice slowly begins to melt. You gather probably have another 5 to 10 minutes before he'll become
That's
free.
too long.
If we
too
feel
long.
any tremor, if we feel
Yeah,
the
if we feel
slightest tremor,
anything, let's go. Okay,
He's
you got the
right.
gold? Let's go. Let's
We should go.
Did we get the gold? How-
So are you leaving
You're
him?
still gathering gold. It's going to take you a while to get all of this. It's a lot of it, and it's a
We're
small
not
opening.
moving.
to
The
that.
Iceman will not cometh. We should go.
Keep going.
Do we leave the cave or do we use the teleportation?
Teleportation.
How much time is it going to take him to get the gold?
You probably get all of it. Another like 15 minutes or
Jeez.
so. Because you have to like get in the cavern and pull out in chunks. So it's
Right, how about this?
work.
Let's spend 5 minutes doing all this stuff and see where we're at.
we wonder.
He's rolling! He's rolling!
Son of a bitch, we should go!
As you're having this conversation, the ground begins to quake and you
Go,
can
right,
It could be an unrelated seismic event.
Scanlan, run! Shit!
Let's go.
All right, as you all rush around the corpses, heading towards the teleportation circle, you
I smack myself with Big B's hand.
give yourself a lift as you're pushed along over the corpses. You guys rush over to the teleportation circle. Right as you hear the ground erupt about 30 feet behind you,
Oh shit!
in a very similar fashion as the initial arrival of the worm, and you hear the similar
Slow
shrieking
motion
sound.
turn around. Is it a purple one or a blue
It is
one?
another purple worm, a larger one. Immediate comparison, you get the idea, and as you were tearing it apart, both of these were adolescent. They weren't fully grown.
Run!
Must go faster. Must go faster.
All of you guys rush onto one after another on top of the teleportation cycle. The sigil carrying each of you back to your destination before the purple worm can reach you in time. You all now find yourselves standing in the room beneath the house that previously belonged to Krieg, safe with as much gold as you could carry in the time period you had.
Which is a good amount, I have a feeling.
We'll come to that in a minute, but we're first going to take a little break for the rest of you guys. So we'll see you back here real fast. It's a quick break.
Quick,
and,
5 minutes.
see you
5
soon.
minutes. Don't leave.
Quick! Oh my god. All right. All right. That was an interesting one. That was, I mean, I don't know if I've seen Matt back him or not back himself into a corner necessarily, but I don't know if there's been something where I've been like, oh man, I really disagree that Matt, did that was going to have such a negative impact on the session. That Marisha decision. I'm not talking about the encounter design. I'm talking about just the Marisha windwalk issues. That was interesting. Lot to digest there, no pun intended. Yeah. Exactly. Half episode today. Yep. Half episodes. We're keeping Mondays and Wednesdays at half eps. And the full episode Fridays will be every Friday. Because we would not be able to get through a full episode. It would easily be another 4 hours, and that would be far too late for me. Plus, I gotta keep my voice nice and silky and smooth now that I'm gonna be talking so much. But no, that was fun. The debacle. Yeah. In defense of Matt, no one said they took the bag when they left. Oh, God, they better have taken the bag, dude. Oh, God. Oh, no. My Friday cleared up so I can make the super long this week. Fuck yeah. Let's go. But yeah, so we're going to be, ending now. I know it feels early to end. Like, it feels early in the night, but it was still like a 4.5 hour stream. It's just because we started earlier. But yeah, so we're going to end here. I think I'm going to do some Baldur's Gate tomorrow. It'll still be in kind of this funky setup, and then hopefully by Wednesday the other room is better. It's more solid. It might be still here for Wednesday. And then Thursday I think I'm gonna do more Baldur's Gate. And then Friday is full episode Friday. Same time still. Yeah. So half eps will be now at the same time that this one started. So Wednesday will start the same time this one started. Friday, same time. The only thing that changed about Friday is that it's every Friday now rather than every other. So yeah. And that's it. Thoughts on the start of 19 episodes of Purple Worm Encounters? Is that why the background is purple? Dun dun dun. It's all Purple Worm. It's all Purple Worm all day long. No. Oh, they have the bag. Okay, they have the bag. Cool. Not to spoil anything, but I'm very excited for the next Critical Eyes, because I'm always excited for the next Critical Eyes. Well, thank you, Cavium. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to see because, this is the transition of the backgrounds. So it normally, at least the past two, that has been like, there's been like kind of a distinct head into the next one. So I feel like they're going to decide. Like, I feel like the end of this session will involve them deciding what the next big project is. Maybe not, but we will see. I could also just see it being that whatever they end up doing will be based on the information that they got in Krieg's house. Maybe they do end up going to Marquette, and therefore this makes the most sense to consider the start of the arc, because that was when they got the information. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I do remember someone told me that these were not always what the thumbnails looked like that they kind of went and like redid the thumbnails, and there was like some debate as to where the arcs, started, ended, whatever. So could be less clear than that. I do wish the next hour was you starting the stream one day. Maybe we could have a 24-hour CR stream. I mean, now it is very possible that we could just like wait. We could have a fucking weekend of CR. If there's like some big event, like, leading up to like the Briarwoods, like I would have 72-hour streamed the Briarwoods. Or something in that vein. If there's like a big thing that, the arc builds up to, maybe we could have a full day of just CR. Although, full day of CR hurts. I can imagine that would hurt my voice. My voice is feeling it at the end of full episode Fridays. So I'd have to be making a lot of tea. I'd have to be taking care of my voice. Have to maybe dose up with some throat coat. The doping for theater kids. But yeah, we definitely 4 big events, Deadly. That is very on the table. Twould be wild. Yeah, the Purple Worm arc is wild. 24-hour Baldur's Gate 3 speedrun. I actually have legitimately thought about speedrunning BG3, and I have not thought up a way or a goal, like a speedrun goal, that I thought would be actively interesting. I did think about doing honor mode solo, like no companions, but other people have already done it. I'm a little late to the party on that one, and I don't think I would do it actively better than them. So probably not going to happen. Big events, he says. Exactly. Big events. Purple Uber worm with a horde of ogres is scary. That is scary. All right. Well, with that, I think that is where I will leave you all. Thank you so much for joining tonight. The first stream of forever. And I will see you all tomorrow during the day. I think it's going to be around 11 o'clock. I'll schedule the event when I know the more exact time. But it was great having you all. And I will see you at least on Wednesday.